Good afternoon, everyone. We can take our seats. Thank you. I will go ahead and like to call the meeting to order at 4:01 PM. And Yvette will read the language under public content.
Thank you, Madam President. In order to help assure compliance with the Brown Act and in order to make our board meetings more effective and more efficient, trustees will speak only when recognized, and trustees who speak on a topic other than the agenda item currently under consideration will be out of order. Board meeting protocols. The safety and decorum of the school board meetings are important to the Stockton Unified School District and the community. SUSD promotes the public's right to free speech, and we want to make sure that all community members, parents, and students are able to participate in a safe environment. We want to ensure all community members have a seat during the board meeting. We will have the maximum number of chairs allowed per fire code, which is 132. We ask that members of the public do not stand along the side of the walls or block the walkway. Anyone standing up during the meeting will be asked to take a seat. If they do not comply, they will be asked to leave. Any accredited news media representative who is standing will have a press credential clearly visible. There is a podium positioned in front of the first row of chairs. No one other than the person who is speaking may be at the podium, except for a guardian, administrator, or translator. For safety, people may not line up behind the speaker to wait their turn. We want to give the person at the podium the time and respect they deserve. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Attendees are not allowed to enter the area past the podium where board members are sitting. No profanity or obscenity. During the board meeting, if there is a disruption, the board president or designee will give a verbal warning to the person or persons causing the disruption. If the disruption continues after the verbal warning, the individual or individuals will be asked to leave or be removed from the premises for the remainder of the board meeting. After the meeting is concluded, we ask community to clear the lobby area in a respectful manner. Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Yvette. And now moving on to item 1.2, I'd like to have a moment of silence for Ty Kin, our Chavez High School student. Thank you. Moving on to item 1.3 and roll call. Taken by Yvette.
Student Representative Abby Welkner.
Present.
Thank you. President Angel Ann Flores.
Present.
Vice President Kenitha Stevens.
Present.
Clerk Colon.
Present.
Trustee Daner.
He messaged and he's on his way. He'll be about 10 minutes late.
Thank you. Trustee Cecilia Mendez.
Present.
Trustee Rico.
Presente.
Trustee Zulueta.
Here.
Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Yvette. Moving on to item 1.4, which is our student board representative report by Abby Walker of Chavez High School. We welcome you back.
So first, we're going to start out with STAG. STAG's Plus class initiated a whiteout day to encourage students to make life choices, tobacco-free, marijuana-free, and vape product-free. STAG ASB hosted an Easter egg hunt extravaganza for the students of Cole Elementary on Wednesday, April 5th. STAG hosted a Powder Puff football game on April 6th, beginning at 1:45. STAG has been holding SBAC testing every Thursday during the month of April. STAG completed the year-long refinement professional development of PLC with the solution tree on March 30th. STAG entered the StepFest contest, beating out 300 schools in the competition to be awarded $25,000 to the school and a concert for the student body. At Edison, Valley Strong did their Bite of Reality event for our seniors where they got to interact with the process of buying a house, buying a car, etc. They got exposed to financial literacy to help prepare them for adulthood. They had a college and career fair for their students, 9 through 12, with over 40 vendors. We had teachers and administrators from Oakland and Vacaville come visit to see how ADVID is done in our ADVID elective classes, as well as some of our content-specific classes. Our JROTC attended the annual leadership camp for 3 days where they were involved in leadership and team bonding activities. Their boys' tennis and track teams are undefeated in the league. 10 student athletes were invited to the Arakata Track Invitational, which is the biggest high school track meet in the world. We had our parent-teacher conference occurred on April 4th. At Chavez Plus is holding forums to support freshman students in becoming more motivated. Prom tickets are currently on sale. Franklin Merlot and Chavez CTE programs completed the CA Skills USA competition. Chavez had 1 gold and 2 bronze achievements. We will hold our talent show Monday, April 24th. We invite the superintendent and the board to our upcoming Culture Fest this Thursday. And I would like to take a moment and say that Chavez will miss our Titan brother, Tykin.
Thank you, Ms. Abby. Moving on to item 1.5, student honoree, Mr. Lucas Fortuna from Jane Frederick with Mr. Ryan Hesse. Can you please come up to introduce your student, please?
Ryan Hesse, principal at Jane Frederick High School. My absolute honor tonight to introduce to you an impressive young man. He's a senior at Jane Frederick. He is on track to graduate. He is a part of our Plus team. He has outstanding attendance. And something more impressive is that he is a natural leader, and I don't think he even knows it yet. He has the respect of all of our school staff and his peers. He's finishing up in May, and I wish he wouldn't. I wish he'd stay another year. So maybe, I don't know. But it is my absolute pleasure. Please welcome our student honoree tonight, Mr. Lucas Fortuna.
Hello, everyone. As y'all know, my name is Lucas Fortuna. I am age 17 years old, and I'm a senior that attends Jane Frederick High School. Also, shout out Jane Frederick Plus program, you know, and shout out Miss Anderson, because without Miss Anderson, I'll say this Plus program wouldn't be a thing, honestly. So I have to say shout out Miss Anderson. And Jane Frederick, it's a lot of staff and a lot of students that inspired me to just grow and just keep on growing no matter what. And I have to say, I have to shout out a few teachers. I'm so sorry, but shout out to Mr. Lazoya. Mr. Lazoya, he is an excellent English teacher, wonderful, one of a kind, and he knows how to talk to students. He knows how to talk anything, like anything. If you want to talk to him about anything, you could go to him, you know. And I'll say the positive things about Jane Frederick is the students. The students are more interactive with one another. Like, they don't just walk past one of another. They greet each other. It's like everybody knows each other, and it's like we're all like a big family. And shout out to this guy right here. He was my old principal at Chavez before I transferred to Jane. Yeah, so it's been one experience with this man, but one thing I have to say is thank you, honestly. And I appreciate you guys for having me. Thank you very much. And I hope you all have a blessed day.
Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. So I am your board representative
Yes, ma'am.
and I'm the board president. So that's a double clap for you, all right? Because you're Jane Frederick, like your school's the president.
Yes, ma'am.
But not only that, I'm also a former alternative ed student. So here I am
Oh.
today, right?
Yes,
I have a
ma'am.
degree, I have a future, and this is where I'm at. So this is where you can be. It doesn't matter your background, your history, or whatever. You came from Chavez, but you landed where you were meant to be.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you remember that and you move it forward. And I look forward to seeing you in more leadership roles. And with that, I'm gonna come down and get a picture with you for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whew. Okay, moving on to item 1.6, oral suggestions, and Abby will announce the number of public comments.
Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Trustees, we currently have 4 comment cards regarding item 1.6. First comment card is from Ms. Dottie McGuire regarding item 2.6.
Good afternoon. My name is Dottie McGuire. I'm a lead food service 2 at August Elementary. I started volunteering 27 years ago and decided to apply because of loving what I was doing, working with children. I'm here to speak on behalf of all 821 members. With the current state of our economy and the uncertainty our members feel not knowing if they will be able to provide for themselves and their families with costs up and now their insurance rates. Many dedicated and devoted staff have already left or are planning to, as new, better employment opportunities are the only answer to this problem. I'm asking you to please consider the fact that many positions have not been filled and many more will need to be filled as people leave the district, and this puts an extra work on those staff still here. It is causing an increase of on-the-job injuries, which is another financial burden on the district, as having staff overexert their daily workload due to insufficient staffing. We also need to look at the fact safety on our campuses is a real issue. And if the district offered competitive pay, it could attract more qualified campus security and yard duty supervisors to our campuses. Parents, students, and staff need to know safety issues are being addressed. I am aware that the district has many financial and legal issues that must be addressed. And this is why after 20 negotiation meetings, nothing has been agreed upon. But I also know that some staff must look for ways to supplement their income and go to food giveaways to provide for their families. The district must take care of its employees if they want us to take care of other people's children. You claim to care about your staff. Please show us that you do. Thank you.
Next comment card is from Mr. Harpreet Chima regarding item 2.4.
Hello. So last week I emailed all the trustees and requested a copy of the county's response to the second interim budget report. I asked the board to put the letter on a future board meeting and asked the county to explain the letter to the public. Some of it can be technical, since the intended audience is the CBO and the superintendent, but the public has every right to know where our budget stands. You can find the full letter and supplemental document on our Fix SUSC social media pages. I want to thank trustee Zulueta for being the first one to respond and for sending us the report. I also want to thank trustee Flores for also sending us the report later on. There's been a lot of folks tone policing the trustees, but I agree with Zulueta and Flores. According to the letter, there's a clear problem with our business department and our budget making process. There were several glaring errors the county found pertaining to our unrestricted fund. That's the pool of money the district can use for general purposes, salaries, additional programs, etc. For example, 6.7 million from the IAQ contract reported by FICMAT will have to be paid back into ESSER funds from the unrestricted fund. The district didn't account for it. The district is also budgeting additional TK teachers at a lower step than historically hires at. It's 24,000. The average teacher salary is actually 24 higher than what's being budgeted. Additionally, there's no information regarding how the district's going to spend the remaining 7 million in educator effectiveness funds. It's almost 58 million entitlement from learning recovery block grant, or the 67 million arts and music instructional materials discovery block grant. According to the county, the district has access to an unprecedented amount of resources it can use to provide services. But it needs to figure out a way to build sustainable programs over multiple years to figure out how to use that money. Otherwise, there's a chance that we could lose it. So who's responsible? In my opinion, it falls on the CBO and the superintendent. They're both responsible to work together to explain the budget status to the board. Without full transparency, honesty, and competency from the CBO and superintendent, the Board of Trustees cannot make informed decisions. This goes double for the public. Unfortunately, though, the Board of Trustees is also responsible for who they surround themselves with. Both the interim CBO, Joanne Juarez, and interim superintendent, Tracy Miller, were placed into their positions by the former board leadership. But now there's new board leadership. And in my opinion, both of them are not fit to serve SUSD. It doesn't even have to be malicious. But when you have people who don't know what they don't know in such high positions, it affects their hiring decisions, it affects their recommendations to the board, everything. We ask all trustees to join Flores and Zulueta in expressing alarm about SUSD's current financial trajectory, as well as the potential loss of funds to support students and any negative impact the budget may have on our union sisters and brothers. We understand this fight's political, but keeping your hands clean, avoiding controversy in the public, and avoiding making hard decisions means you're setting up students to fail. Thank you.
Next two comment cards are regarding the same topic. They are from Ms. Bernadette Armenta and Ms. Grace Gillespie. Ms. Gillespie defers her 3 minutes to Ms. Armenta. Is that okay with the board? All right, Ms. Bernadette Armenta.
Good afternoon, Board and Superintendent Miller. I'm reading this letter on behalf of healthcare assistants. The letter states, "To whom this may concern, since I've been an employee with SUSD, I've always loved coming to work knowing I am fully supported by my admins. Through many difficult changes in our department, I have been able to adapt positively to them all except the most recent changes. In the last year, with multiple changes in our leadership, I have seen growth in favoritism at health services, being unprofessional and using passive aggressiveness, and no longer feeling valued in my role within the department. Some examples are favoritism to people who admins are close or know personally. Staff being awarded positions they do not qualify for, whether it is educational or experience. Staff hours are earlier than other staff who are in the same roles. Giving access to rooms at health services to only selected people. The rooms used to be placed where we can go once a week to get our paperwork done, collaborate with each other, and help each other through certain assignments. This has hindered our connection with our colleagues and having our paperwork tasks taking twice as long to complete. Given out-of-town training opportunities to specific staff only. She selected who got to work for summer school and didn't offer to seniority. Unprofessionalism. Moving school assignments without discussing the change with staff. passive aggressiveness at staff meetings with phrases like, if you're not happy to come to work, I challenge you to find something that makes you happy because I don't want staff who are unhappy here. I know some of you are rolling your eyes because I can see you and you know who you are. Bringing conflict to the meetings as a whole instead of addressing them individually. For example, when the staff first returned to work this year, there were negative texts going around about the office organization and distributing materials, and the admin brought the conflict to the meeting saying, you know who you are, instead of addressing the ones who involved individually. This made me feel like I was attacked even when I wasn't the one involved. It protected negatively to my day when it wasn't necessary. Posting negative rants on Facebook about work, no longer feeling valued in my role. We are overlooked when making decisions in our department, such as access to our rooms, hearing clinics, topics we want to cover in skills day, and adding first aid as a priority in our job role when certain parts of the year we have multiple clinics, procedures, and data entry that need to be done with no private space to complete them in. Not feeling supported by admins, such as not advocating for us to have space to work at our sites when they took away our office sites at health services, not helping with immunization resources, not following through on payments for mileage or timesheeted hours when multiple complaints were brought to their attention about this. Tara expects everyone but her and her office team to communicate about absences. Example, if we are going to be out, she is expected for us to notify everyone in our team, but she doesn't practice that. Tara's never in the office for us to go for support. We never had admin readily available to help us solve problems. Tara wants to hand select the subs who sub for HCAs. When putting in our absences on frontline, she wants us to select no for the section that's asking if a sub is required. Forced us to sign a uniform policy. Tara changed all HCA's start time to 7:45 to 4:15, but allowed certain HCAs to start earlier and flex their hours. Only HCAs are expected to teach CPR while it's optional for everyone else. Expect us to teach CPR and also expect us to be the ones handling coverage for procedures. Threatening one-on-one meetings if we can't attend a group meeting. Tara makes promises to meet district site demands and doesn't consult with her department. She expects 100% on HCAs when realistically it should be shared responsibility since it's a district-wide policy to be trained in first aid. No confidentiality in the department. Since Tara's return, we've had inconsistent meetings and inconsistent communication, poor management, and does not hold office staff accountable. When asking for clarification, Tara takes it as a questioning her authority. A lot of turnover since Tara took over due to hostile work environment and intimidating employees, not allowed to reach out to accounts payable regarding status of mileage reimbursement when office staff who handles the process is not processing it. Tara wants us to email her first before asking accounts payable. These are things that raise a concern, but I do not feel comfortable bringing these issues up in person because of the fear of retaliation. The negative encounters I've seen or had has made me stray from opening up. Some of these issues are not specifically involved things that happened to me, but I've seen these things happen to others. I'm hoping that this letter we can address these concerns and move forward positively and equitably. Sorry. And then I gave you guys all what I read, plus I attached, there was an email that was sent to me with 5 of people that want to talk to somebody. You guys have turnover rate in this department. I believe there's something like 20 people. It's not just healthcare assistants, it's also nurses. So we are losing staff. And it's not just in this department, as you can see from food service, but they have a real concern and they really want somebody to hear them. They asked for exit out interviews and they never got them. So they wanted to voice their opinion. Thank you.
Trustees, I received 2 additional cards for item 1.6. Next 2 cards are regarding the same item, item 2.2. First common card is from Miss Anne Marie Orona.
Hello and good afternoon, board members, superintendent, parents, and all the hardworking SUSD employees that are undervalued and underappreciated. My name is Anne Marie Arona. I am the new union president of Chapter 885. I am here to come and speak with you on behalf of the 885 members. I know others have been here to talk on behalf of transportation, but they're not representing the whole, but a select few that does not have the best interest of transportation at heart. Someone once told me that the district and the unions are married and that there is no divorce, so we will work it out, either by mutual agreement or kicking and screaming. We have no choice but to put our personal differences aside and not let friendships get in the way of what's right, meaning, Ms. Flores, don't come to transportation and meet with the select few and not the whole. That is not what a good president does. A good president talks to everyone equally. If you want to make a positive difference, you are failing. You keep saying it's all about the students, but you don't act in the best interests of the students, but the best interests of promoting your friends. Case in point. You are trying to rally the board into hiring Tanya Copeland as director. This is the same person who is arbitrary and capricious with her job as a supervisor. She also is named throughout a lawsuit from a Stockton Transportation Company suing SUSD for $378,740. My next case in point, there's a driver being harassed and bullied at work in the office from a dispatcher. The driver put in a complaint, wrote an email to the director and Tanya Copeland, had a meeting at 1 o'clock before the driver clocked into work. Tanya told us at that time she had not read the email, but she knew about the incident from the dispatcher. Tanya left work around 3:30 that afternoon. Again, she told the driver, I still haven't read the email, but just don't talk to her or be around her. In a small office, that is very hard. This is not acceptable from a supervisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't SUSD have a no bullying policy? To this day, nothing has been done. The driver has not given a solution to the problem. And is this really someone you want as a director of transportation who can't even handle her own office and protect her own employees? I know you come to transportation a lot, never met with the union. Shame on you, because I came here to talk to you. Thank you.
Next comment card is from Maria Dolores Aguilar.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Maria Dolores Aguilar, and I'm a driver in Transportation Department. I'm here today to ask again for your support. Our department again is with the director. Sorry, I broke it. No, it's too high. Sorry, our department and again is without a director for the 5th time in less than 5 years. I know you've heard us of our continuous problems within our department. I hope now you listen and help us find a solution. I spoke to your board a year ago, and the same situations continue. The favoritism, the discrimination, the bullying, the not following of our contract, and no consistency on policy. It has been brought to our attention that your board president plans to put Tanya Copeland as our director. We feel that it would hinder our department for the following reasons. We brought to your attention last year that she, being a supervisor, was not even in compliance of your own board policy. Last year, there was an illegal contract with SCC for 3.1 million, and shortly after a lawsuit for 330,000 that was filed and explicitly named Tanya Copeland as the lead person. Tanya has been in the position for more than 15 years and is the common denominator to this ongoing turmoil in our department. Our staff and members work very close with Tanya and have expressed concerns about the non-consistencies. I believe that if there is no change, transportation and a lot of other departments are going to lose a lot of good and loyal employees. I believe in the process that you guys are doing to hire a new superintendent. I feel that you should do the same to hire a new director for transportation, a person that comes in unbiased and without a personal agenda. We know that you guys are new board and hope that you, as a board, are open to everyone that stands before you to give you insight to how different departments work, so you can make SUSD stronger and better for all our precious students. There's only 2 of us here today, due to the fact that your new meeting times is 4 o'clock and most of our drivers don't get off until 5 p.m. Thank you for your time.
Trustees, this concludes comment cards for item 1.6. Thank you.
I just want to clarify some information. I've been on the board 4.5 years, and I've only been to transportation 3 times. And one of those times was with my fellow board members, and we had 2 listening session meetings where we listened to all of the transportation members, and you both were in those listening sessions. Thank you. Moving on to item 1.7, public employee discipline dismissal release. And that's only if we have anybody requesting to do so. And Doug, do we have any?
There are no such requests, Madam President.
We will move on to item 1.8. The board will consider in closed session items listed by Ms. Vice President Kenitha Stevens.
Thank you, President Flores. In closed session, we will hear item 2.1A, public employee appointment, certificated government code section 54957, resignation and appointment. Item 2.2A, public employee appointment, classified government code 54957, leave of absence, resignation, retirement, rescind employment offer and appointment. 2.2A, public employee appointment, professional expert coaches, government code 54957, appointment. 2.4A, public employee performance evaluation, certificated superintendent. 2.5A, superintendent search, board discussion pursuant to government code section 54957, public employee superintendent. 2.6A, conference with labor negotiator, 54957.6, District Chief Agency Negotiators, Dr. Tracy E. Miller, Interim Superintendent, and Ms. Wendy D. Simone, Interim Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Employee Organizations, STA, CSEA 821, CSEA 318, CSEA 885, SUSU, SPPA, Police Officers Association, USA, NUHW, non-represented employees. 2.7A, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and reassignment. 2.8A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, subsection 1D of government code section 54956.9. 2.9A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to government code section 54956.9, sub D4, 1 case. 2.10D, student expulsion, Z27, Z12, Z13, and that is all for closed session. Back to you, President Flores.
Thank you. And we will now go to closed session at 4:35. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for waiting for us. We will now call the meeting back into order at 7:24. And Yvette will read the language under public content. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. In order to help assure compliance with the Brown Act And in order to make our board meetings more effective and more efficient, trustees will speak only when recognized, and trustees who speak on a topic other than the agenda item currently under consideration will be out of order. Board meeting protocols. The safety and decorum of the school board meetings are important to Stockton Unified School District and the community. SUSD promotes the public's right to free speech, and we want to make sure that all our community members, parents, and students are able to participate in a safe environment. We want to ensure all community members have a seat during the board meeting. We will have the maximum number of chairs allowed per fire code, which is 132. We ask that members of the public do not stand along the side of the walls or block the walkway. Anyone standing up during the meeting will be asked to take a seat. If they do not comply, they will be asked to leave. Any accredited news media representative who is standing will have a press credential clearly visible. The podium is positioned in front of the first row of chairs. No one other than the person who is speaking may be at the podium except for a guardian, administrator, or translator. For safety, people may not line up behind the speaker to wait their turn. We want to give the person at the podium the time and respect they deserve. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Attendees are not allowed to enter the area past the podium where board members are sitting. No profanity or obscenity. During the board meeting, if there is a disruption, the board president or designee will give a verbal warning to the person or persons causing the disruption. If the disruption continues after the verbal warning, the individual or individuals will be asked to leave or be removed from the premises for the remainder of the board meeting. After the meeting is concluded, we ask the community to clear the lobby area in a respectable manner. Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Yvette. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 4.1, which is the Pledge of Allegiance, who is led by Pacific Law Academy High School Key Club. Please step forward, please. Don't go anywhere. Please stay where you are. Our vice president, who is your representative, will come down and get a picture with you. Thank you for showing up today and leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. We will now move on to item 4.2, which is action taken in closed session by Vice President Kenita Stevens.
Thank you so much, President Flores. And thank you so much to Pacific Law Academy for coming out. I know that it's late, but thank you so much, Principal Jurgensen and team. All right, moving on. Sorry, can you hear me? There you go. In closed session, we motion to approve item 2.1. It passed votes with 4-1. Yes votes came from trustee Cologne, Donaire, Flores, and Stevens. 2 no votes coming from Mendez and Rico, and 1 abstention coming from trustee Zulueta. We motion to approve item number 2.2 as amended. Motion carried 4-1. With yes votes being Cologne, Donaire, Flores, and Stevens, a no vote coming from trustee Mendez, an abstention coming from trustee Rico, and trustee Zulueta was absent. Motion to pass 2.3 passed unanimously. Item 2.4, no action taken. Item 2.5 was discussion only. Item 2.6, discussion only. The board voted for 2.7. It passed with a 6 point, no two. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We're going back to 2.7. I apologize. We're going back to closed session after public session. And item 2.1, no information. 2.9 was this discussion only. And then 2.10 we'll talk about in public session. Back to you, trustee Flores.
Thank you. And now we have item 4.3, which is the order of agenda, and Abby will read the oral announcement.
This is the opportunity for the Board of Trustees to make any changes to the order of the agenda. Otherwise, the order of the agenda will be as published. Thank you.
I'd like to motion to move all items, presentations up.
Second.
After 5.2, yes.
Can we get a discussion? Roll call vote?
Moving them up, 7 points, all of them, sevens, all sevens, moving them up. Yeah, all sevens.
Student Representative Abby Welker,
Yes.
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens.
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Donaire,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
Yes.
Trustee Zulueta.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Moving on to item 5.1, oral suggestions and comments from the community regarding open session agenda items, and Abby will announce the number of public comments and request each person to provide their public comment in order they were received. Christina will be the timekeeper.
Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Trustees, we currently have 6 comment cards for item 5.1. First comment card is from President June, Vice President Cole, and Matthew Derrick of California State University Stanislaus regarding item 6.60.
Push the button.
There is no button.
There is no button. There's no button. Oh, it sounds like, okay, thank you. Thank you and good evening. We are so pleased and delighted and excited to be here to address the board. I'm president of Stanislaus State, CSU Stanislaus, and with me tonight is Vice President Gitanjali Kaul. Dr. Kaul is our Vice President for Strategic Planning, Enrollment Management, and Innovation. And on my left is Dr. Matt Derrick. He's our Associate Dean at the Stockton campus. And I wanted to say that we are so proud and we just love our SUSD students who are at our Stockton campus. We have about 900 students currently. And in 2019, we actually signed an MOU with Delta College with our community colleges as warriors on the way to get from their transfer to get their bachelor's degree here at Stockton, which also includes potentially graduate students, master's degrees, and even a doctorate. So today, we're thrilled to announce that we are deeply gratified to Dr. Tracy Miller for working with us on developing an MOU to create a seamless pathway for students in the SUSD to come to our Stockton campus and achieve their bachelor's degrees. And so I wanted to let Gitanjali and Matt each say about 45 seconds, and then I'll close us out.
Yes, and I would go as fast as I can. I'm so delighted to be here. We've been working on this program for about 18 months. And the plan is to identify cohorts of Stockton Unified students who we would mentor over the next 2 to 3 years so that they're college ready. And they come to our campus and learn about all the things, all the resources they have and the potential they can fulfill. So we will take these students we're mentoring and put them in summer camps. We will bring them to our main campus in Turlock as well and introduce them to things like academic advising, Cal State Apply will help them fill out applications, financial aid. We have fun things going on campus, like, for example, many fun things. So we'll be helping them with academic enrichment. I'm sorry, I'm so excited about the program.
And hello, I'm Matthew Derrick. I am the Associate Dean. I live here in Stockton, and I see students on the campus daily, and I hope to see a whole bunch more from your high schools here. Thank you. I look forward to working with you.
And finally, I want you to know, if you Google tonight or on your cell phone, the California's top best colleges in California by Money Magazine. Number 1 is Stanford, number 2 is UCLA, 3 is Pomona College, then Berkeley. And guess what? Stan State, number 10, the top 10 best colleges in California, Money Magazine. So your students are in the same category as Berkeley and Stanford and UCLA. So come join us, and we thank you. We're so excited for our Stockton students and SUSD for all of your work to help the next generation. So bravo, thank you.
Next comment card is from Dr. Christopher Anderson regarding item 7.1.
Christopher Anderson, proud CSU Stan alum. Okay. All right. Let me see if I can find my notes. You caught me real quick here. No, I don't need notes. So I have some concerns about the LCAP report. I feel like we're not being true to what LCAP is about, which is supposed to be a collaborative effort between the district and labor, STA specifically. The Stockton Teachers Association has been meeting regularly with our committees and producing what we believe is some of the important action items that we'd like to see happen with LCAP. But yet we weren't involved with any part of the writing of the report. And I feel like if we're going to be true to what LCAP is about, and if we're really going to be supporting our students, we need a collaborative committee that joins the district with labor in order for us to actually be successful in making the change and improvements. I want to see real action items. I want to see transparency. And I want to have the ability for us to be, as I reached out a couple of weeks ago, to have real collaborative efforts between us to help improve our district. So and if we're going to be transparent, if we're going to be honorable, then we need to be working together on this. And how many people are on the committee for the district? I believe it's a committee of 1. That's not a committee, that's an individual. So if we're going to be real, I would like to see us at least steadily moving forward to have an actual committee with members from both groups working together and for us to help improve, help meet the goals of LCAP, and help our district grow. And that's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Next 2 comment cards are for Mr. Jerry Gonzalez. First card is regarding item 7.2.
Bear with me a sec. So, hi, Jerry Gonzalez, community member, Stockton Unified alum, Stockton born. Regarding the recommendations for high school requirements, generally I would be opposed. I think to me, it seems like you're lowering the bar. And given that, I generally am opposed. But given the circumstances that we've all faced as a community in the last 3 years with COVID and with the loss of learning, and then many of the actions by the previous board leadership and administration that kind of took things sideways, if not downward, I think it would be appropriate to go ahead and enact what you're looking at. I think it would be fair to push those dates back. This would give an opportunity to better track student progress and allow the new superintendent's administration to set some goals and try to hopefully see things go upward. So you enact those things. I also have item 10.4, the NALEO conference. I understand there may be some benefit to attending a national conference, but I think the board might benefit better focusing on local and state issues, taking the time there. Maybe spend some monies on forums for community safety or parent engagement and coaching. So I know you have a big responsibility, and I think going back east to attend a conference, yeah, it might be okay, but I think there's things you could do here locally better and use that money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next two comment cards are for Mr. Harpreet Chima regarding item 7.3, followed by item 7.6.
So for 7.3, in the search firm's proposal, it was stated that, quote, "We believe the public business should be done in public with transparency. Our process keeps the names of all applicants confidential until they are named a finalist for the position, at which time the names of all the finalists are made public." I think you should all do that. And for question 1 in this form that they're presenting today, I believe the board should hold an open interview process to the public, and if possible, at the same time, the board should engage stakeholders. And if you do engage stakeholders, it should be the union leaders, the student leaders, and the parent leaders. These are the only leaders that matter in a school district. And I'd also like to argue for something really radical, which would be, don't just ask the stakeholders to ask them to ask questions, include them in the final vote in whatever way it's legally appropriate. And then for 7.6, this is for the A+, San Joaquin A+ agenda item. While we appreciate why some people support 529 savings programs, we know these plans mostly benefit wealthy families. These plans help wealthy families save millions in tax favored accounts, but they don't offer much to working class families. To make these plans helpful, families need to save $6,700 by the time their kids are 5 years old. San Joaquin A+ is offering them $7,500 when they're 3 already. And the vacuum left by corrupt local and state governments, groups like San Joaquin A+ step in to offer communities their own version of false hope. They don't address root causes like underfunding, understaffing, and overworked parents, because pro-charter groups are funded by the very people that cause those root problems. They're asking for personal information like student names, IDs, addresses, parent emails, and phone numbers. This data is valuable for targeting specific families for their programs, for their political campaigns, and for spreading their own propaganda. Will SUSD share student and family personal information with other groups for awareness campaigns or even union elections? I don't think so. Sharing this information with San Joaquin A+ is an invasion of privacy, and it's going to be used to undermine public education in the future. SUSD should reject any data sharing asks from San Joaquin A+. And also just shame on 3 of you. You know who you are.
Trustees, this concludes public comment cards received for item 5.1.
Moving on to item 5.2. Oral suggestions and comments from the community regarding non-agenda items.
Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. We currently have 22 comment cards for item 5.2. First two cards are from Mr. Shahar Jones. First topic is regarding illegal suspension, followed by misuse of Stockton Unified Police.
Excuse me, because I'm a little nervous. Dear Board of Directors, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I come to you in an attempt to stop the ongoing discrimination retaliation that occurred at Flora Arcamata. My son, who has documented case of autism and ADHD, was discriminated against by the administration at Flora Arcamata. When he was sent home this past year and/or suspended more than 10 days, it got to a point where both his mother and myself feared going to work because we knew the school at some point would call to us. Ms. Mata and the administration will claim that the parents elected to pick him up. I don't consider the fact that a principal calls a parent, that the parent is electing to pick up their child. He was being sent home. This is a complete lie. This was a way for them to get away from having to do a manifestation meeting that is required by law. What is worse is the special education department at the school submitted false documents to the Department of Education. At what point are you going to hold the principal accountable for not providing a child with autism a free and appropriate education? It was Mr. Martinez, Ms. Mata, and Mr. DeRosi's solution to get rid of Ethan rather than come up with a solution. When you complain to Constitute Services is an absolute joke. They submit those complaints back to the people that are doing the discrimination. I was told by Dr. Miller that Dr. Ramirez would walk me through the suspension process. Instead, I got absolutely no response. If I go through his suspension reason, it talks about defiance disruption as to the reason why he was suspended. Does anyone see a problem with that? Senate Bill 419, defiance disruption, effective July 1st, 2020, eliminating defiance disruption suspension for students in grades 4 through 5. My son is in the 4th grade. Students in grades 4 through 12 may be suspended for school for minor misbehaviors. That was the problem. And that's the reason why this bill came about. And it was discriminatory. And I told Mr. Martinez at the time when he was being suspended that they were discriminating against me. And all I got from him is a smirk. Is he above the law? Is he above a Senate bill that is signed into law that was signed by the governor? You tell me. It doesn't seem right.
Time, Mr. Jones, on this topic.
Okay, so my next topic. My next topic isn't pleasant either. Stockton Unified School District Police should not be used to intimidate parents. During my son's illegal suspension, as mentioned during my previous presentation, Ms. Mata directed her staff to call the police on the parents and claim that we were in the variable with the Director of Educational Services. This is a lie. We were trying to determine why my son was being suspended. There's no reason why the police should have been called. And specifically, if we were truly in a verbal and we were truly being violent, they wouldn't have requested a specific officer, Curtis Jew, to come. Why was that? Why was a specific officer and not the first officer possible? If I was being harassed by a parent or anyone else, I would request the first possible person to come, not a specific officer. In addition, through a FOIA request, I was able to determine that the police were called even before the parents arrived on campus. It's not right. The only person that had integrity was Sergeant Price, and you could see the disappointment in Miss Mata's face when he arrived, because she knew it was the wrong officer, because it was one with integrity, the one that treated the parents with respect, and saw that the only ones being disrespectful were Mr. Martinez, Miss Mata, and Mr. DeRossi. I have all the documentation, and if the board of directors has any backbone, they will find a time to meet with me. That's all I have.
Thank you. Next two comment cards are regarding topic Para-Educator Conference. First speaker is Miss Deanna Ramirez.
Hello. So we as Chapter 318 met with Tracy Miller. We kept our meeting. We played hooky for about 15 minutes and then went back to our classes, but we wanted to kind of give a rundown of what it was all about. So I have something written by our president, a Nicole Wilson friend. She's sick and was unable to attend today. It says, on behalf of CSEA Chapter 318, we want to extend our gratitude and support received in sending our group of 24 paraprofessionals to CSEA's 26th Annual Paraeducator Conference in Ontario, California. We would like to thank Dr. Miller and the Student Support Services Department, Karen Coleman, and the amazing Andrea Monzo for helping to support, coordinate, and plan for what was the first professional conference for many of these attendees. This conference was attended by more than 1,300 paraprofessionals from across the state. Stockton Unified was in the top 5 districts for sending the highest number of paraprofessionals and the only Northern California district that sent more than 10 attendees. Thank you for seeing the incredible value that appropriate high-level professional development adds to our classroom teams. We're hopeful that next year we can show up with even more SUSD teammates, proud to represent SUSD and eager to learn and bring skills back to our student sites and communities. So just personal experience, it was amazing. It was just overwhelming to see how many people that are other paraeducators that had like the same passion, wanting to learn to just develop their skills, you know, and so we can bring it back here and, you know, share with our coworkers and apply it to the schools. You know, I work with behavior intervention, so like, you know, it really helped. I had verbal judo, de-escalating techniques, like there was so many. There was a vision board thing that helped me personally. So I mean, it was amazing. So I just want to say thank you.
Next comment card is from Ms. Christina R.
Hello, good evening. I also wanted to express my gratitude for being able to attend the Paraeducator Conference. It was amazing to see all of the people there. And I just wanted to mention that not just paraeducators are invited to go. So we did have some superintendents and some board members there from other school districts. So I would encourage you all to go if it's possible, because you can see and understand what it is that we're getting out of all these things. It's really, really important for professional development. And I think it's overlooked a lot of times that we are professionals. We work with your students and we really care about them. And so getting new skills and learning what we did and learning from other people who attended from across the country is amazing. So I also wanted to mention that of the 24 people that you did send, you had 9 different classifications go. And so I think it's really amazing that we were able to do that, and we really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment card is from Mr. Gary McCoy regarding after-school program. Mr. McCoy?
I don't see him
No.
here.
All right, next group of cards are regarding topic Stockton Junior Jackets. First speaker is Brandy Davidson.
Not really sure how this works, but we're here to discuss a constant problem we're having with the use of Franklin for our Pop Warner football team. The fees have increased, I don't know, well over $1,000 in the last season, and it seems like we're just trying to be priced out to where they're trying to make it as difficult as possible for us to play there. We had some conversations, and we're gonna follow up on some different avenues when we leave here. But just for like a comparison, had a football game this weekend where a different high school was the hosting high school at Stagg. And the price difference was over $900 difference without any use of the facilities at Franklin. We're not allowed to use the press box. We're not allowed to use, well, we weren't going to be able to use the time clock or the scoreboard at this week's game. We're not allowed to use the snack bar. We're not allowed to get ice. We're being charged $45 an hour for custodial fees totaling $1,081.44 per game. And just got an email today that I owe them an additional $286 just to have someone run the time clock for me on Saturday. Making the total for one nonprofit organization football game $2,722 without the use of any of the extra facilities. I don't know if you guys pay your custodians $45 an hour, but that's what we're being billed, $45 an hour at a rate of 3 custodians, 8 hours each, as if they're working nonstop for us the entire 24 hours or whatever that they're adding. We're also being charged $572 for security for one day. That has been told us in the past that they're not even allowed to do anything. Like if we have a fight or something break out inside the game, they're not there for that. We hire our own security to check bags and stuff at the gate. It is an optional service on Facilitron. We declined it and Franklin went back on and added it back on as it was mandatory. So I
Who
just
are you
wanted,
working with?
who's
your contact?
Robert Mays is who I've been trying to deal with back and forth. That's been my only personal contact. We reached out to other schools just because of the financial benefit of playing somewhere else, but because they're linking us with Franklin, like we're trying to build a relationship. We're trying to send our players to Franklin. We're trying to have that bridge like other high schools have. And because we're linked with them, all the other schools are like, why not, why aren't you playing on this field? What's the problem there? So basically we were forced to play there to have somewhere to play. And yeah, that's.
Can I have the directors, please speak with her? Thank you.
May have already talked to them. Like I said, we're gonna do some other channels, but since we were already here, we just wanted to still put it out.
Just so you guys know, as board members, we're not made aware, so we appreciate you coming to us and letting us know that information. It's been difficult to get information, so thank you for sharing that with us.
Madam President, I just want to say, I've been bringing this to the attention of not only our superintendents, our executive staff. There's been multiple people within maintenance and operations outside of Mr. Mays, who they've contacted, including Ms. Armenta, who let me know about a month ago that this was going to be taken care of. And so what I'm hearing from us, it doesn't sound like the truth.
Also, can I?
Go ahead.
I've been sending emails last year, asking for help and support for these boxes, but they say they're gonna take care of that. So, sorry, I didn't hear anything until until Saturday, because of Trustee Zulera just let me know what's going on. Thank you. But I'm here for support you guys.
You guys have support.
Next comment card is from Otis White.
How you doing? My name's Otis White. I'm a local business owner in Stockton. I'm a youth football coach. I'm here for them, to support them and familiar, like, it's kind of a joke because I don't know if you guys like youth sports is turning into like $1 billion thing. But in youth sports, we use the sports to help have a partnership with the high school. And I don't know if you guys have been involved in youth sports or whatever, or been to a youth sports activity, but an organization has to make at least $5,000, generate $5,000 on a Saturday just to even break even. So like it's absurd because the prices that they're charging us is kind of like outrageous. And I'm tied in with another organization in another district, and they charge us like anywhere from $1,200 to $1,400 a game. Stag charges like $1,800 a game. They're like $1,841 on Saturdays and $2,041 on Sundays, which I understand, but like the prices at Franklin, what they're charging is just kind of absurd. And it's kind of cold. It's kind of wrong because I mean, they do got new facilities. I mean, it's not like the football program has won anything since like John Verner. So like, you know, with the Jackets, we're trying to bridge the gap and create a positive environment for the kids. Like, I know you guys have been in some Edison high school games or whatever, but Edison, shout out to Edison's coaching staff because their whole football program are at every youth football game, every Saturday or Sunday. They're there in full support. And then trickulates, I mean, to the powerhouse or the dynasties because the bridge is being formed. So like, maybe we need you guys to look into Franklin because I mean, they got these nice facilities and, you know, they're charging us an arm and a leg. And then in return, like, no one wants to go there to play football. No one wants to go there to play basketball. No one wants to go there to play anything but just to go there because they live in the district. Like, so they're shooting themselves in the foot by not allowing this organization to be a part of their, like, to help them or whatever, because like you're taking money from a nonprofit and you're like using them to like, I guess, build your program financially when you're charging them an arm and a leg. And you guys are not, like, I've been to a Franklin game, their snack bar ain't that great. And, you know, it's sad they got that new field and there's no athletes there, but I understand why, because they don't have no support to the community. Like, they don't come to the games. There's no community involvement. So, you know, we came just to bring light to you guys of the situation, what's going on. And we're asking you guys for help because it's just like robbery. Like, it's like on some state property, get down or lay down. You're either going to spend $2,800 with us or you can go somewhere else. And it sucks because we're the Junior Jackets. And like, how are we the Junior Jackets and we can't even have a game at Franklin? So, you know, we need you guys to look into it and thank this time. I thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to talk. And, you know, maybe you guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment card is from Charles Aldridge.
I came here in the beginning of fall, brought this to your guys' attention, and it's kind of sad that it kind of took the backseat on other things, right? I get there's a lot of stuff going on right now in our community, but you shouldn't take the backseat, right? That's why we're all here, right? To try to better the youth and have them grow and gain and succeed and strive to be great, right? But like Coach O just said, if you can't even play at your home field, then what door do you open next, right? You turn the corner and there's a corner that you don't want to be on, right? So we got to support our youth and we got to do a better job with that. They should be able to play anywhere. All schools shouldn't be a set price for every school to be able to play at. It shouldn't be you pay X amount of dollars for this field because of this and that. You shouldn't be treated like you are a guest, right? You should be wanted to welcome, open arms. When I grew up, when my mom, we had company come over, you treat them just as you treat anybody else. If we're eating, they're eating with you at the table, right? So for us to go, I graduated from Franklin. I played football with other associates, with some of your board members on this field. I had counselors that are on your board, principals that sit here. They know who I am. I played there with them. So my son actually plays football for the Yellow Jackets. I started coaching. I didn't have no kids there. It's just a way for me to give back to the youth. So we just got to continue to open the door. We got to cut all the nonsense out and focus on what the main thing is, and that's the youth and the kids, right? Like you said, we win football games. You guys are welcome to come anytime. I invited you guys last time. Yep, Saturday, you guys are welcome to come, right? Yeah, we want you guys there. Our door is always open. So if we can come together, our president's here, our vice president, Our board members are here. If our board could get with your board and we get a game plan, sit down and a solution for all this madness. And I think there's a light at the end of the tunnel. We got to get there.
What time's your game?
Starts early as 10 o'clock to ends at 5 o'clock.
Last game is at
4.
10 to 5.
Yep. So you guys, everyone's
10 to
welcome.
7, right? If it starts at 5? Yeah, all right, got you
Right?
guys.
So yeah, thank you again. And like I said, we got to get a solution for this. We can't keep going back and forth and it can't get pushed on the back burner. We have to get forward, right? So thank you for your time.
So I'm gonna ask Brian and Thomas to have something to me by the end of tomorrow, a plan on how we're gonna fix this situation.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I really appreciate that.
Next comment card is from Richard Sandoval.
I need one of them.
You don't want one of these.
Oh, you don't know.
Yes, good evening. My name is Richard Sandoval. I'm the current president of the Junior Jackets. And I'm here to speak on what everybody else is speaking on. Franklin does have a beautiful field. But you know what? Why should we have to pay extra just because of that? Everything should be set, to me, everything should be set with every other high school. If a high school's paying $18.80 for their Pop Warner program to use it, why doesn't Franklin? I've been, in the community I lived in the Franklin district for 35 years. Both of my kids went to Franklin. I coached at Franklin. So we played on that dirty grass field that was there. We've done that. Franklin to me, is a community school. It's our school. It's not a private school like St. Mary's where they let, certain people in there. It's not. Franklin is a community school. I pay taxes there. I know some of my people pay taxes there. And I've been dealing with Franklin, it's a long story. Last year, Franklin did not want us to play there. So we had to get a school representative to help us out and get a meeting. Why? We know it's, to me, I know it's not the board. It's the administration. They don't understand the kids and the people that we have on the east side of Stockton. I bet you some of them don't even live there. So we're here to ask you for help, to help us out, because people seem to forget that it's about the youth. It's not about the adults. It's not about everybody, all of us adults. It's about what we can do for the youth. And that's the only way we're going to get Stockton to make Stockton a better place.
Amen.
So, we need your help. I know some of you probably haven't even heard, what was going on, but now you do. And if we have to come to every single meeting until this is fixed, then so be it. Because that's what we have to do. Because it's not about us. It's about the youth of Stockton. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I think you probably have about, I don't know, Rico, did you go to Franklin?
Yes.
You have 4 alum of Franklin here. Jackets.
That's right here. And my daughter actually was on your junior jackets when she was a cheerleader. I want to say my daughter's like 25 now. I don't know how long you've been involved. I lived right down the street from Sterling Park. So yeah. And I think maybe I shouldn't say this, but I think I saved the little pom-poms. So I don't know, we might bring them. But no, I thank you for coming. I appreciate all of you coming and sharing this with us. So it's appreciated. And thank you, Superintendent, for placing the directive to get it going. So
Yeah, all my kids are graduating from Franklin, so we're Franklin family.
Next,
All right. Moving on.
Next group of cards is regarding Chavez High School principal. First, comment card is from Kim Bowen.
We're gonna have our student speak first. Hi, my name is Jack Nunn. This is my 4th year at Chavez. I'm the current captain of our school's majorette team and an ongoing member of our Filipino, Thai, Lao, and Cambodian club. I came here today to speak in support of Principal Sanchez. I've never seen a principal support our dance team and culture like Sanchez has this year. She helped our dance team sustain our position at school when we're so close to losing it. By giving her support, our team is forever grateful for Ms. Sanchez. I will now speak on behalf of my coach and dance teacher, LaShonda Roberts. Principal Sanchez has been nothing short of amazing, not only to me, but to my dancers as well. She found value in what I did from the students on the campus and understood the need for me to be with this special group of kids, the Cesar Chavez Titanettes. She kept the best interest at heart with the sudden changes that my kids had to deal with in the middle of the school year. By allowing us to continue to work together, if it were not Sanchez allowing me to stay with my kids, half of these kids would not be where they are today. She understood the culture and school spirit and positivity not only myself, but my team brought to the school as well as the community around us. So to not re-elect Sanchez Cardenas as principal of Cesar Chavez next will not only put us in a revolving principal system, but will also decrease the cultivating culture that she helped us build at Cesar Chavez this year. Thank you.
Hello. I've been at Chavez all 4 years and I've seen 3 principals come through already, and I don't want to see a 4th for my incoming classmates. Ms. Sanchez has helped a lot, like how Jack said, with multiple things with school, and she's been very involved. As someone who's been in Plus all 4 years, she's been very involved with everything we do. She wants to be at every event, everything that we're doing, and she's very inclusive with everybody, and I just want her to be here next year because I want everybody to be able to have a fair shot. Thank you.
Oh. My name is Michael Stratford. I teach English at Chavez. I must crave your indulgence. This morning I buried my son-in-law, who passed away at the age of 34 from a heart attack taken from us far too early. And I mention this because the defining moment of his services was afterwards, our family got together and we all hugged each other and just held on and gave each other support and love and help. And that's what happens at Chavez under Cynthia. When we had the shooting, and you've read about it, I'm sure you have, that happened only a few yards from our school in the park. She was there talking to us throughout the lockdown. She was there talking to us at the, making us aware of all the resources that were available to us and to the kids. She was therapeutic and helpful and loving. She was as close to a mother as I've ever seen. And she is the best mother I've ever seen of all the administrators I've ever seen at Chavez. I've been at Chavez from day one and I've seen them all, and I've never seen a better one, a better anchor, a stronger one. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, my family anchored itself together and we gave each other love and support. And I'm a member of the Cesar Chavez High School family. And we would like to keep our mother. Thank you.
I'll go now. My name is Kim Bowen. I spoke to you guys last time. I'm going to read a couple emails from teachers who couldn't be here. Everybody's dealing with their grief in their own way. So a lot of people that wanted to be are working through their feelings. If I have time, I'll share my own thoughts. Okay, so the first one is from teacher Marissa Perry. I won't be able to attend, but I will say on her behalf that Ms. Sanchez has been a wonderful addition to the admin team. She has put the Chavez family first, attending events and getting involved on the campus for events, sports, and performing arts. Who knows how there's enough time in the day for all she does? She's shown openness and willingness to learn about us and about the new ventures the school year has brought us while balancing her own adjustment to a new campus. While doing that, she's kept us in the loop and offered transparency and compassion that has been greatly appreciated, especially in light of our most recent events.
There aren't many people who come into leadership positions with the intent to mold themselves to such a tight-knit group rather than making the group fit to them. It can be incredibly hard, but she's been receptive, asking for feedback and advice wherever we feel change is needed and keeping things consistent where it's not. Having her student first / people first mindset has brought forth the strong roots Chavez has as a family and a great institution. Much like the family that Chavez is, it's no surprise that we are absolutely not willing to let her go. That's from Marissa Perry, teacher. This next one is from a district office worker who has been on our site for the crisis that occurred. It's in response to the email that I sent you, board members. Well said, Miss Bowen. She was an inspiration to her staff and all of us that were here to help provide support. Her compassion for her colleagues, caring for the Chavez students, and steadfast leadership was noted. To lead on any given day is not for the faint of heart, but to lead during a tragedy is another thing altogether. And I have one more that was just sent on my phone. I apologize. This is from Kaylee Lewis. Teacher, avid 12 and ethnic studies. My name is Kaylee Lewis, and I have worked very closely with Ms. Cardenas Sanchez this year through things that we have agreed on and things that we have disagreed on. I supported students when they were angry about the Chinese language class being taken away. In that support, I watched a woman in leadership express humility and change her mind and her decision. This is something that I have never seen before. I also watched as she publicly shared how that experience helped her grow in leadership. Then I watched and listened as she supported our school through the tough tragedy that we had last week. She's proven time and time again to be a leader that is receptive to feedback and wants what's best for students and staff. She's been willing to admit fault, which is big, willing to work with others as her equals, and willing to support staff as they grow in their own leadership journeys. Chavez has improved tremendously under her leadership and will continue to do so as long as she continues to lead. Do I have time for my own or no, or 2 minutes? Okay, so I just wanted to address, I believe the goals of the district this year were to increase attendance and decrease suspensions. I wanted to point out that out of all the comprehensive high schools, Chavez by far has the least suspensions, 346 compared to 695 at Edison, 546.25 at Franklin, and 473.75 at Stagg as of March data. We also have the best attendance out of all the comprehensive high schools, though I apologize, I don't have the exact numbers. So I'm asking, I had this all written out, but I'm about talked out. So you guys got an email from me. I am disappointed that I didn't see any of you guys last week. We needed your support. Those kids needed your support. And I'm really disappointed that none of you were there other than Dr. Miller. Thank you. I wish you guys could put your differences aside on the board. It sounds like the left foot doesn't know what the right foot is doing. They didn't know that nobody was coming. And this is in the best interest of the kids. You got to put this aside and communicate so somebody's there. Because we needed you, not just the students, but we needed you, and you weren't there. I'm just gonna ask you one more time. If Ms. Cardenas Sanchez reapplies for this position, I'm asking you to at least allow her an interview. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rosie Fernandez, and I'm the Wellness Center Coordinator at Chavez High School. In my 3 years at Chavez, I've seen lots of changes. I experienced great losses with excellent principals such as Ms. Jackson, then Mr. Hesse. Then along came Ms. Sanchez, and she fit in like the missing puzzle piece. Ms. Sanchez provides stability for the staff and students at Chavez. If you come to Chavez, you won't find her in her office. Why? Because she's out engaging with the students during lunch, during passing, students first all the time. Staff, she never makes us feel like we're bothering her. I can go in any time. She's on a phone call, an email, and she just looks at me and she's like, I'll call you back. She's like, have a seat. What's going on? She's there for us. No matter what we need. So taking her away from Chavez, it's not going to only hurt the staff, it's going to hurt the students. They see her, she's familiar to them. It's not like they know where she's at all the time. And that for us is what a great leader is about. I'm also going to read an email from Miss Marcy Moreno. She is a counselor at Chavez. Ms. Sanchez is an excellent leader. She listens to staff and students and stakeholders, takes into consideration everything that she's heard and makes appropriate decisions in the best interest of our students. Ms. Sanchez stands by her decisions. She has made such a difference at Chavez. We have been through inconsistency in the past few years with changes to administration that have had a negative effect on our students. Our students need the consistency that Ms. Sanchez brings to our school. I have never seen Chavez feel so united. Last week was a true test of Ms. Sanchez's leadership, and she was truly amazing. I have been through many tragedies working in high schools, and this is the first one that was well organized. Anxiety of our students was kept to a minimum, and Ms. Sanchez's presence was felt all over campus. Ms. Sanchez is the best person to lead Chavez into the future. One more is from Ms. Christina Avila. She is also a counselor at Chavez. Ms. Sanchez is a great leader. As I had stated before, admin is fundamental. The way that we lead makes a big difference to our campus. Ms. Sanchez has the heart, the passion, and thinks outside the picture. She goes above and beyond. Before making your final decision, think about the events that have occurred, analyze the situations on how they've been handled. Again, take note of the actions because no words will ever be enough. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erica Kleinert. I am the choir director at Cesar Chavez High School. This is year 9 for me, going on year 10. I also came to speak in support of the Cesar Chavez High School principal, Cynthia Cardenas Sanchez. I would like to take a quote from Dr. Miller's email she sent in light of the loss of our own Titan Ty Kin. She said, "Good afternoon, Principal Sanchez. I want to thank you and your staff for your strength and dedication. I was impressed being on your campus today and hearing the various announcements you made over intercom to students. You provided comfort and leadership to your community. Words like strength and dedication, comfort and leadership are qualities that describe an effective leader. It is disappointing that despite excellent evaluations, positive student and staff interactions, and a very compassionate handling of last week's tragedy, we are still in jeopardy of losing Ms. Sanchez for an undisclosed reason. Chavez needs stability and a leader who will provide strength, dedication, comfort, and leadership to our Titan family, who you see behind me, and this isn't even half of us. I encourage you to keep Principal Sanchez at Chavez for the stability of the students, staff, and school as a whole. Thank you very much for your time."
I also have emails to read from others. My name is Emma Fonseca. I'm an English teacher at Chavez High School. This first one comes from Miss Heidi Prieto, a counselor at Chavez. "Cynthia Cardenas Sanchez deserves to continue to lead our school as one of the first bilingual principal Chavez has ever had. She listens to her students, staff, and parents and always comes to the table with solutions. In our time of crisis, she was there for our students, parents, and staff. I would like our principal, Cynthia Cardenas Sanchez, to be acknowledged for an amazing response to our recent loss of a student within our Chavez High School community. She had a great leadership role in making sure our students and staff were informed of the situation and provided necessary mental health clinicians, school psychologists, counselors, comfort dogs, and district personnel to assist our students and staff through the grieving process. Everything was organized, and it was by far the best crisis response I have seen in the last 20 years of my employment with Stockton Unified School District. Board members, please reconsider your decision to release Principal Cynthia Cardenas Sanchez. Our community deserves better, and our students deserve their principal to remain at Chavez High School." The next email that I have comes from Matthew Toth, a U.S. history teacher, also at Chavez. My name is Matt Toth. I am a first-year intern teacher at Chavez High School. I left the private sector after 20 years to enter into this profession for one simple reason: to help make a difference in the lives of the children in my community. And Cesar Chavez has given me that chance. I write this in support of our principal, our leader, because I believe she came to Chavez this year with a simple goal: to help make a difference in the lives of children in our community. Principal Sanchez has done just that. In the short time that we've worked together, she has always been genuine in her attempts to create the best environment for all students and staff at Cesar Chavez. I am incredibly thankful to work under her guidance this year, a first for both of us at Chavez, and ask the Board of Directors to reconsider the future of Chavez High School. For the future of Chavez High School is inextricably linked with the future of Mrs. Sanchez, and the students of Cesar Chavez deserve to have Mrs. Sanchez here for the long term. I also just typed my notes because I'm not great with extemporaneous speech.
Ms. Fonseca?
Yes.
One moment. Trustees, this topic has reached its 20 minutes maximum. Would you like for them to proceed?
Normally I would say yeah, but we do have like 5 more presentations to go.
Okay.
I'm sure you guys will be here next board meeting and we'll have more time to talk.
Well, I'm glad I got others' words out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next two public comment cards are regarding topic board meeting protocols. First speaker is Sylvia Cantu.
Got 3 minutes. Okay, I'm talking about various topics. The first one I want to talk about is a clarification on August 10, 2021 regarding the IAQ. Maria Mendez and Angel Ann Flores both voted no, but on the minutes, it only has Angel Ann Flores. So the minutes don't match the action. And of course, Maria Mendez will be speaking about that after me. Board meeting protocols. I spoke about this on when the meeting conduct code was adopted September 22nd. I don't understand why we have board meeting protocols when we already have board bylaws on meeting conduct. As you can see from the last group, sometimes people need one another to stand next to each other. So you look at the protocol where it says that people can't be standing again for their safety. Well, if they want to, that's another thing. But what surprised me is attendees are not allowed to enter the area past the podium where board members are sitting. That sometimes things happen for a reason. At the last board meeting, a person came with the phone in her hand, walked right up, and not one single person said, "Who are you? What you're saying?" Nothing. So where's the equity? Does this only pertain to employees? I don't know, but I don't understand why we have board meeting protocols. And in no way, shape, and form am I blaming the Department of Public Safety because you guys weren't alarmed. Why should they be alarmed? Anyways, other thing I want to talk about is what's going on social media. I think I spoke about this, what's going on about how some people are in cahoots with certain organization, especially when it talked about me. On March 5th, a social media post said about the board president and vice president regarding the STA president getting a cushy job. And on March 7th, that person was on the agenda and it was a 4-2-1 vote. And it didn't come from her end or anything like that because it was very, very quiet. So you kind of get suspicious. But then April 6th, email from the interim superintendent to the board, 5/11. It matters because that's on a Wednesday night. Then Thursday, then you come Friday. And I'm thinking, wow, someone has to be psychic to really do a California Public Records Act, because on the 8th on the social media, it talked about that email. How would they know? April 8th on another site, it has come to my attention regarding email on April 8th. I am going to file a CPR since Flores has been board president. How did it come to that person's attention? Someone sharing. Also on the social media, it says the board president and vice president. Oh, and it says about talking about a closed session. During a closed session meeting, president unsuccessfully tried something with another board member. Now that would be a violation of the Brown Act that someone is sharing, or that goes to the credibility if that really happened or it didn't happen. So my point is, how do you expect this district to recruit people coming when you're this continues bashing SUSD? You should read those comments where people don't even want to come, want their kids to come. So let's start working together and stop using people's emails to get your point across. It's embarrassing. Thank you very much.
Next comment card is from Maria Mendez.
Good evening. Maria Mendez, a former board member for SUSD and as SUSD alumni. I come forward to you to make my name clear and make a point of how the actual board minutes never reflect the actual voting of the board docs, not even the actual recording. According to, for example, the IQ, like Sylvia Cantu just spoke. If you guys go back to the actual board docs, don't go to the minutes, go to the board docs. That's why I voted no. The agenda item came back on last year for procurement. I voted no again. Media, the news media, and other community members that keep on saying my name. I'm not gonna be arrested for anything. I'll fight it in court because our previous legal counsel of SUSD board even stated that he himself went through the board minutes and made changes on the board minutes. I always voted no for the vote minutes because it never reflected the actual votes in the correct voting. As FIGMAT actually did the investigation and all the other West Ed and San Joaquin Board of Education also did the reports. It always stated 6-1. And I wonder why. Then the community was saying, you voted yes. I say no. Who's gonna win here? Board docs will say one thing, which is the board docs. But when you go to the board minutes, it doesn't reflect. It actually reflects that I voted yes. But the actual recording is grasp my vote as voting no. So if we have to go to court, believe me, not only would I will not sue SUSD, I will sue the law firm of the actual legal counsel of the previous board, no matter what. This is actually some reflection of how we actually voted for the board minutes, how they changed the board policies. I voted no. I was not in support of changing how the board minutes were supposed to be reflecting. If I have to come every single board meeting and call every other board member out from the previous board, I shall will, and even administration, because this is nonsense. If show this to reflect and put this in the minutes, that is actually fraudulent for a legal counsel to be changing board documentations, and that is not actually reflecting. No FIGMAT or any other agency that is actually doing investigation should reflect on the board actual board minutes. They should go back and do the recording in the board docs. Thank you very much.
Next comment card is from Darlene Reynoso regarding Superintendent Tracy Miller.
Good evening. My name is Darlene Reynoso, and yes, I wanted to come and make some comments regarding Dr. Miller. First of all, I wanted to thank her very much for being out at Chavez High School last week. She was a leader. She worked with our principal, Mrs. Sanchez, and everyone else, and I just wanted to acknowledge her for that. And I wanted to ask why no one else was there. Thank you.
As board president, I'll take the question. After the last board meeting, I got severely sick. I barely started feeling better yesterday, which is why I have the mask on today. Normally, I am at all school sites during tragic incidents like that. I think I have some STAG staff here. When it happened at STAG, I was there. At all my school sites, I show up. So you have a right to question us on why we weren't there. I don't deny that sentiment's how you feel, but I was severely sick and I missed a lot on my own family time as well. And I didn't want to take the risk of getting everybody else sick. Me and my whole household was sick. I assure you that I was making sure in emails behind the scenes. And to be honest, I wasn't giving information on what the steps were being taken there. I was given email information. Say you guys were having an event at 1. I wasn't given that information until 12:52 PM. So I could only answer for the information that I was given. But I assure you that I made sure in emails that your school site was being supported.
Thank you.
As trustee for your area, I sincerely respect your feelings. And when I found out that this happened, I did email to administration, Principal Cardenas, and CC Superintendent Miller. For me, this is a very emotional situation. My first time in this position. And I'll be honest, it was very overwhelming for me. I reached out, offered to just be available or come if needed, but I honestly felt like we have our leadership. I know Principal Cardenas Sanchez has her leadership, and from what you've all said, she's done an amazing job. And if can be of any service, I would be available, but I would defer to them first. I know it's a very tragic situation, and it's going to be ongoing healing. We had a town hall on Tuesday that we all most of us did attend. I don't know if we'll have more town halls or just we have our safety committee this Thursday, actually the 20th. So we have more opportunities to talk about what has happened and what we can do in the future. So this is going to be something that's ongoing, and whatever we can do, we will.
Next comment card is from Alyssa Leyva regarding town hall and communication.
Good evening, everyone. That's why I wanted to go last, because I figured that there would be comments today about the town hall last night. Very glad that there was a town hall available in conjunction with the city of Stockton. I do have a minor complaint though. None of the communication addressed from Dr. Tracy Miller or from Trustee Colon or the mayor were posted on social media, and we do have a communications team, and so does the city. So I will be making them aware of that as well. But we did, as Fixed SUSD, we did advocate for town halls to you 3 board members from the last majority board. We advocated for town halls in each language to talk about public mistrust that we felt towards you guys. That's the status of the district, how they felt. And last night was really intergenerational trauma is triggering for everyone, because as trauma survivors, as us as a community being in a high populated, dense area full of violence, it's triggering, and it literally changes the anatomy of our bodies, our nervous system. I know that the conflict here has been ongoing, but unfortunately, if we do not resolve it, this does affect the kids directly. It affects their resources directly. There's a lot of parents asking about help, resources, what does the community need? And we've been talking about this since last year. But I wanted to make some points on a holistic psychologist's page. 3 immature behaviors that can re-traumatize a trauma survivor. Communication is essential in safe, supportive relationships. Communication of expectations, boundaries, and through conflict. Communication, however, communication that's trauma-informed requires self-reflection, self-honesty, self-regulation, while consistent and clear. That comes with emotional maturity. Trauma and abuse survivors feel safe in relationships when they can trust that you'll be honest, clear, and consistent in what you say you need and want. You can't expect them to read between the lines and take a hint. You have to be clear. Being blamed for overstepping a boundary that was never communicated or made clear to them. So again, just being more transparent with what the status of the district is when we can on our public platforms. And again, silence on these issues causes a lot of dismay, and it's really sad to see. I hope that we can all heal together. Thank you.
And trustees, I do have one comment card here from Marisha Keenan. She had to get going, but she wanted me to read to you that her comment was regarding hiring more police officers for student and community safety. There is only 32 officers and 64 sites. She said additional information will follow to you via email. This concludes public comment cards for item 5.2. Thank you.
Moving. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and move to the presentations now, starting with 7.1, which is the local control accountability plan. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 presentations. I would like to get a motion to approve that these presentations be no longer than 7 minutes. Can I get a second?
Second, Stevens.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? One nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries 4, 1 nay. Rico, I didn't get your vote. Did you vote? 2 abstentions and 1 absent.
For the record, can we state who abstained and who was a nay?
Trustee Mendez and Rico abstained, and trustee Zuleta is absent.
Thank you.
7 meetings is not allowed. So.
Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Just wanted to see if we have the presentation up, but we were gonna fly through these slides, of course. Good evening, everyone. We, 3 of us wanted to present tonight, and we did have a few sections to go through, but again, this would be a brief and quick update and mainly to talk about the engagement sessions that we have out in the community. So with that, we have Tiffany from State and Federal, we have Dr. Murphy from Research and Accountability, and myself from Ed Services and LDO. So go next. Okay, so really quickly, the overview of the LCAP. We do have 8 priorities that have to be written in the plan, and it's a very important document. And we want to make sure that we have community feedback and engage our educational partners throughout our engagement sessions. So we can keep going. Next. Yeah. And it is a 3-year plan, so you'll see the metrics. So you'll see the metrics in the plan that are 3 years worth of data. We are in the year 2, current year. After 3 years, of course, we restart this whole process again. And so we redraft a new LCAP. Next. Doesn't want to go anymore. Okay, so we do have a few goals. I want to pass that to Tiffany. Mike to Tiffany.
Thank you. So we have 4 goals in our LCAP. The first goal is student achievement. The second goal is equitable learning environments. The third goal is meaningful partnerships, and a 4th goal, which is new this particular year, for differentiated assistance for a targeted subgroup, which is students with disabilities. Next. Our LCAP has identified needs. There are 4 areas: ELA and math for students scoring below grade level. There's also low student attendance and also high chronic absenteeism. Next. Goal 1 is on student achievement. Here we have budgeted in our LCAP $52 million, and we have an estimated expenditure as of March 31st of $17 million. And we have some of our actions that are focusing on A through G, professional development and learning of staff, and then recapturing learning loss and acceleration. Goal 2, please, or next slide. Goal 2 is focused on equitable learning environments. For this particular goal, we have budgeted over 271 million with an expenditure of approximately 161 million. The actions are focused on multi-tier systems of support, training and development of high quality teachers, and also the recruitment, and then also building strong and healthy communities connecting our students and staff. Next slide. Goal 3 is meaningful partnerships. We have budgeted over 18 million for this item, and then also have expended approximately 8.6 million. The items, the actions that we provide support with are looking at student accountability for attendance, reestablishing our youth and student engagement and leadership opportunities, and our visual and performing arts. And I'll pass this on to Dr. Murphy.
Good evening. So the fourth goal evolves out of the California Department of Education's accountability system. So Education Code 5071 gives authority to the county superintendent office to provide technical assistance to the school districts. And there's 3 levels of assistance that are identified through that educational code. The first level is support for all. That's access to training opportunities, as mentioned earlier, like MTSS training, testing, English learner support, things of that nature. Then there's differentiated assistance, is where the district works with the county office to look at plans for how to support student groups that are not meeting their performance targets. Then there's a third level that hasn't been implemented yet, where the county provides more direct assistance and guidance to the school districts on how to support those students who are not performing. Next slide, please. For differentiated assistance for this current school year, we have the following subgroups that have been identified: African Americans, American Indian, English learner, foster youth, homeless, and students with disabilities. I won't go into each criteria, but they're listed on the chart for your review. Next slide, please. For this year, Education Code 52604, subsection E5, creates what's called differentiated assistance 2.0, where a school district or an LEA that has had a subgroup that has not met performance targets for 3 years, the district or LEA is required to develop a special goal to focus on improving outcomes for that students. As Dr. G and Ms. Ashworth mentioned last year, that goal, which is now implemented now, is our special education goal. Next slide, please. So as you can see, that's what's budgeted for our differentiated assistance goal, focusing on students with disabilities. This year, we're looking at developing another goal and to modify to look at other subgroups that now qualify for additional targeted support. Next slide. This is a product of feedback received from our work with our LCAP PAC committee and our African American PAC committee. They asked for differentiated data to be able to look more closely at the LCAP and see what actions or services are supporting the needs of the students. So if you go to the district website on the research page, on the community portal, there's a tile for LCAP where you can explore the actions that are implemented in the LCAP and what their current status is. Also, we've differentiated the survey results there as well. And I'm going to pass it on to Dr. G to share the work that we're doing for community engagement.
Right, 50 seconds. So next, please. So the last few just quick informative bits is just really that we want to make sure that we invite our community, our educational partners to attend our engagement sessions. We have Franklin High School next week that we want everyone to attend. We have gone to Chavez, we've gone to Stagg, we've gone to Edison. We will continue to do so as well. We have our DLACs and our PACs as well. And so you can see up there on the screen, we're trying to make sure that we can engage as many of our educational partners as we can. Next, we have 10 seconds. So you can see there on the screen, the dates, the future dates that are up and coming. We do have some in May as well for PAC and DLAC. And then of course we have our public session and public hearing that we have here in the board in June. And then hopefully approval after that. So the plan for next year is to engage everyone and have some dates set for everyone. Thank you.
You did it. Of
Few
course,
sec-
we'll ask
few
you
seconds.
questions along the way, right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Moving on to item 7.2, presentation of the recommendation for high school graduation requirements by Dr. Susana Ramirez and interim superintendent of educational services and directors.
Good evening. I will be kicking this presentation off. Good evening, President Flores, Vice President Stevens, School Board, Dr. Miller, and community. Before we dive into the presentation of the high school graduation requirements proposal, I would like to say thank you to the team members of education and student support services for all of their work contributed in the recommendations you're about to hear. Much time, research, collaboration, and care has been invested across the district to ensure we place students first, given our district's current reality and landscape. Furthermore, a huge appreciation to our union partners, STA and USA, parents and community for their valuable input during our roadshow. With that said, I extend a warm handoff to Brian and the team.
Thank you. I'll try to do this justice in the 6 minutes that I have left. If you could skip to the third slide, please. What Dr. Ramirez said, and I just want to overemphasize, is that we have done this presentation probably 30, 40 times with our community. We had presentations at all comprehensive high schools. We met with our union leadership, STA several times, USA, SPPA, the curriculum department, our math specialists, our science specialists, all to get their input. This deck has changed probably 45 different times. After each meeting, we get different input, we change it. So if you can skip to the third, that one there, the one with the arrow. Perfect. In 2018, just a brief history lesson, we developed the new graduation requirements based on some very fundamental assumptions. Some are here, some aren't. So I know there was a comment earlier that we're attempting to lower the bar with this recommendation. We're attempting to reset the bar because pre-pandemic, we had a foundation that did not complete. And what those foundations were is that this is a K-12 full system approach. This isn't just a high school system. If we're going to build a house, we better have a solid foundation. We have a lot of work to do with the K-8 system, and I'll talk about that in a second. Equity and access for all, that's when our secondary schools transitioned to 4x4 blocks. There was money, investment, and a lot of time and effort to get all our schools for the first time on the same schedules, for the most part. 4x4, 4x4 AB, depending on the school, but it gives our kids access. So if they're stuck in intervention, they have course access to A through Gs, and then single subject. So we got the 4x4 block passed. That was a lot of real good work, very proud of that. Our single subject core competent teachers at the 7th and 8th grade failed. It was a TA that we tried to pass through STA. It wasn't STA's fault that it failed. I think it was more of our district approach to it, but it failed where we were going to transition multiple subject teachers out and bring single subject teachers in at 7th and 8th grade. So our kids are getting core competent math teachers and core competent English teachers. Absent that, the transition to high school has been very difficult for a lot of our students. We're looking about 60 to 70% of our kids enter the 9th grade not ready for grade level ELA and math. That is a struggle if we're going to transition to the most rigorous graduation requirements in the state. The most rigorous in the state. Okay, so if we can transition all the way to the recommendation slide. There's a lot of pretty highlights. 21. So here, as we met with all our groups, here are the recommendations that we are suggesting. We are currently at a 210 graduation requirement. We're suggesting by 2026, we can go to 230. We're on a 4x4 block. Our kids are afforded 320 credits. We can do that easily. In 2027, we would enter the 2 years of world language, 1 year of VAPA, 1 year of college prep electives. That would get us closer to A through G completion. 2028, we would continue our growth, and it's a staggered approach, so any 1 year is not too dramatic. In 2028, we would get our 3rd year of math. We're already very close to that, and we're bringing, if you're paying attention to what's happening at the state level, financial literacy, probably 2025-26 is going to be a state graduation requirement. We're already very close to that. We would bring that in as a potential 3rd year option. And then 2029, you would see the last pieces of the A through G completion come in, where 3 years of science. even though the state only asked for 2, we're anticipating a 3rd, so we're getting close to that. And 1 years of ethnic studies. We are already there with that. Very proud of the work we've done with ethnic studies. We're projected at 2022 for the state to be a graduation requirement. We're already well ahead of that there. What we need for that primarily on science, and I know Susanna and Joanna and our facilities department, we need facility upgrades. Otherwise, we can't offer that 3rd year of science. We have several schools that don't have chemistry labs or adequate chemistry classrooms in order to give our kids chemistry. So if you can skip to the slide 22. When we paused in 20 due to the pandemic, and again, this presentation was meant to be like an hour and a half, to the pandemic, the graduation committee was paused. This has to be something that is alive and breathing, and prior to the pandemic, it was two times a month. It was bi-monthly, where we met to discuss this, because this is a full system overhaul. If you're looking at the people that are involved, it's every member of our organization, every single department, from cabinet to board to research to CTE to policy principals, etc. This has to be something that we're constantly touching and not pausing and shelving because it got board approved, or we forget about it for 4 years and now it's back. This has to be something that we're constantly. And with that, and I know I have my very amazing special ed team, come here, 50 seconds. We wanted to make sure that from a special ed perspective and a English language perspective, it's differentiated. It's not 230 for everybody. And in a brief amount of time, and I know I'm not going to do you justice, but Missy and Gina were amazing. If you flip to slide 24, we'll talk about special ed really quick.
Hi, thank you. So this is just some things that we are already doing. Thank you. At our sites, all 4 comprehensive high schools. And these are things that we have worked with the curriculum department as well as the counseling. We were allowed to go to the Synergy training a few weeks ago, and that was amazing. We learned some really good things, but these are things that we are already doing for our students and want to continue working with this team as we focus on high school in general. Thank you.
Thank you, amazing teams. I want everybody to stand from education and student services. Everybody stand, everybody that's part of this work. I so appreciate all of you, all that valuable input and just best thinking that this team has done in service of our students. The next steps would be to bring the first reading of the board policy at the next board meeting for your consideration.
I thank you.
Can we do it at the end?
I thank you from the bottom of my heart for remaining focused
5 more
on
minutes.
student achievement.
Thank you, Brian, for updating that PowerPoint 1,000 times.
Moving on to item 7.3, which is the report from McPherson and Jacobson regarding superintendent search with Mr. William Hyatt with our lead consultant.
Good evening. And first, we'd like to, McPherson and Jacobson family would like to express our condolences for the loss of your student at Franklin. And having been a past high school principal for many years and a district administrator, we know the trauma and the difficulty that everybody's going through this and the grieving that goes on. So we want to express our condolences to the family and to the school district and to the school. Tonight we have 2 objectives, and I think we still have 30 minutes for us, right? Not 7, because we cannot do it in 7. We're at a report.
I don't think we have time for 30 today. Can you make it 10?
No, we really can't get what we need done in that amount of time. We can do the report, but we'll have to come back for the moving the process forward.
Are we having a special board meeting?
Yeah, but he has to do the review.
Okay, well, I guess you get your 30.
Okay, all right. So we'll start. We have 2 things to do tonight. One is to give the stakeholder executive report. And we have on the screen Ben Johnson, and he's going to go ahead and give that report. And you're gonna.
Thank you, and also want to express my condolences. Like you, I served on a school board for 21 years and have experienced that loss, and I know what it impacts in the community. I want to say that we had really great feedback from your constituents, the boards, and I think the communities and the board has been very intentional about making sure that we have community feedback and that it's a paramount part of their search process. We can go to the next slide, please. I'll move through these as quickly as I can due to your time schedule. Let's go to the slide that does the review of community feedback, which I think is the third slide. I can't see the future slides. So let's stop here, please. We spend a lot of time in your community doing in-person and virtual sessions. We did 12 individual stakeholder group meetings. That does not include the online surveys. And so just we had impact information and their insights to the 4 key questions that we asked all the stakeholders in this process. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the 4 questions that we asked the groups are: tell us about the community, tell us about the district. The real big piece, right, is letting us understand what the issues and are. That the next leader should be aware, because when we get to this point, it really is about person isn't just meeting qualifications, but it's really about the right fit. And then the last question that we came to was what are those things that the community wants in their next leader?
Ben, can you hear me?
I can.
You're cutting in and out, so I don't know if it's your speaker or whether we'll need to do it. Let's see if we can clearly.
Let's go to the next slide. And if you can't hear me, either one of you can take over. I want to make sure the community hears. But when we asked about the community, the first thing that really stood out, and this was a positive comment, that the community is diverse, and meaning diversity in all ways that are relevant. You going to take it?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and continue because you keep cutting out. Okay.
Thank you.
So one of the things that I think Mr. Johnston was trying to share with you is that in the first question, when we ask about the good things about your community, in the executive summary, we pull those themes that are consistent. So the positive things about the community, the good things, it's a diverse community, different cultures and backgrounds. It's centrally located. It's generational community. Families live here for years. The grandparents, the parents, and grandkids. People are proud of being from Stockton. There's a rich history and culture, higher education opportunities with Delta and the University of Pacific. And tonight you heard about Stanislaus. The community organizations that are focused on helping people that are in need. Stockton has lots of potential. There's great food, hardworking, and resilient people. Next slide. The good things about the school and the district: hardworking and committed staff that cares about the success of all students. A diverse district. Students are mostly positive, while many facing significant obstacles. Many pathways that enable students to find ways to be successful. Good relationships between school and community. You have long-term employees. Families are committed to their students. Great staff support the whole child. Good relationships. Many resources that benefit students and their families. Professional development and collaboration with community organizations. Next slide. What are the issues? Everyone has to have issues. I mean, that's not something bad or negative. But what should the incoming superintendent be aware of as he or she comes into the district so that they can address it? There are too many people in key positions that are not qualified. Lack of trust in district leadership, including superintendent and the board. Negative district press as it relates financial issues, grand jury, FITMAT report. Tensions between different ethnic groups. Outside groups attempt to influence the board and superintendent. Wolfpack and 209 are working to divide the district. There are 9 bargaining units in the district. Many students do not feel safe. The board is too involved with non-board issues. Lack of vision and leadership. Morale is low in many areas. Graduation rates and student success are not aligned. Next slide. So what are the characteristics that the individual is going to need to be successful here? A visionary leader, understand good governance, works with the board to build an effective team that moves the district forward. Experience, but not thinking about retirement. Someone that is committed to being involved, an involved member of the community. Thick-skinned, able to stand against internal and external forces, not afraid to lead change or try new things. A good listener, able to communicate well in all situations. Relationship builder, humble, supportive, approachable, able to relate to others, really gets to know us, is caring, ethical, positive integrity, consensus builder, shared leadership, empowering. To be visible within the community on all sites within the district. A strong manager that understands the fiscal and business aspects of a school district. Culturally competent, interacts with all of the stakeholder groups. Okay, I think that's the last slide. So what you're going to have is, this is the executive summary. But we are preparing a stakeholder report that is going to probably be probably 100 pages, maybe. So because there were many comments online. So that report will come out and we'll give you the hard copy and also have it available for you online. We will ask any candidate to read the report so that they can get a clearer picture of what to expect coming into Stockton Unified. Any questions or comments on that portion?
Yeah, when you say that the candidates will be able to read those, are those the finalists or those any candidate?
Any candidate, any candidate can look it up. We encourage them to look at it before applying to ensure that there's going to be a match, or they'll be aware of, the issues. And the positive things, there's many positive things that were shared with us. Okay, next portion.
All right, thank you, Aida. I'm sorry that Ben's didn't come through, but our team spent a lot of hours in working with your community and taking input. And we find this very valuable to work with you as a board as well, because oftentimes you will take something from this report and turn it into a question for the candidates as well. So it serves us to help us recruit good candidates for a match for you. It helps the candidates get prepared to understand the district better, and it also helps the board a great deal. And we want to thank all of the community members that participated in this. I know that we interviewed over 200 people, and I think there were, last time I checked, there were 240 people that did the online survey, and it still wasn't closed at that point. So we have close to 500 people that participated in this process. It's pretty darn good. So congratulations on that. Okay, I want to put up the next item, if you will. I think the board received the document that said the interview process, our recommendations and options. If you can put that up for me. Okay, all right. So to make this a little shorter tonight, there are several questions that we need guidance on from you. And I'll jump right to them and tell you what the recommended process is, and also any options that you have. But after each of these questions, I will need a little bit of discussion from a board about giving us some direction to continue going forward. The first question is, does the board wish to include stakeholders in the interview process? And all the feedback that we've gotten from you, both individually and in meetings, is yes, you do want stakeholders to be involved in the process. And we'll go forward and talk to you what our recommendations are about how that is. But I want to read this one portion that what we recommend is that you do engage your stakeholders, that it is very helpful and useful for the new superintendent and board, because you'll get off to a better start. You have more credibility when you hire somebody after you've listened to your stakeholders. The start of the leader's tenure is more credible, and the experience of engaging stakeholders builds a team, more of a team approach to your selection. What occurs is that when we recommend that you have stakeholders involved, is a panel is formed, and they interview each candidate during the interview process. It's a confidential panel. They have to sign a confidentiality agreement. This panel does not prioritize the candidate. They actually do something more important. They give you the strengths and the concerns of each candidate, and that's presented to you before you deliberate. So we find this to be, a very good system of getting direct input from your stakeholders. So is that acceptable to move forward with engaging your stakeholders in such a way? I see nods on everybody's head.
Yes.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, now let's talk about the components of the interview itself. So if we can go to question 2, and I know the board has read all of these, but I just want to mention that we recommend that you have several venues of information that come to you, like when we talk to you in our presentation, that having stakeholders give you information is one venue. Your own interview is another venue. We also think you ought to have a social component of getting to know the candidates as a person in 2-on-1 meetings with them. Sometimes we ask them to do a written sample. That's very popular. So if you see that as acceptable, I've put together a couple of schedules. We don't have time tonight or any need tonight to go into them, but you can see that we will, doing all of that, it takes time and engagement, and we will interview 2 or 3 candidates a day. So that's kind of how we do it. And I know you've had a chance to look over this schedule. We'll talk in our 3rd meeting with you, that we have a special meeting that's 3 or 4 hours, and outline this a little more clearly. But I just want to kind of get some nods about saying, yes, we really do want to continue to go that route of having these components to our interview. Okay, all right, sounds good. Let's go into question 3. Okay, how do we put together a stakeholder panel? This is going to take most of the rest of the time that I have with you tonight, because we do have to start that now. We have to give direction to your staff to get people on the stakeholder panel. I had a great meeting with the subcommittee, and I really want to express my appreciation to Kanetta Stevens and to Sophia Colon. Thank you very much. That was a really productive, I think it was over an hour we spent together talking through all of this. So you have 2 members of your board. I think it's great that you have a subcommittee on this. What a great strategy. But I know the 2 of them, understand this quite well. And they offered a lot of good advice on how to put together a stakeholder panel. I want to give an outline of what we're recommending. The 3 of us are recommending, but then, the board needs to talk this over. So typically we say have a 15-member panel, but we have had bigger panels. And so we think that Stockton is going to need a 20-member panel, which is fine. We can manage that. And one of the reasons for that is you have 9 unions, and we think every union should be represented, and each union should pick their members. So that's 9 of the members on this panel. In addition, however, we think 2 additional teachers, so that'd be a total of 3 teachers, ought to be on it. Teachers are our main line, and it is our bread and butter. I always used to say as a superintendent that we owe a lot to personally to our teachers, and just the very really three levels of education in a unified school district. I think it's important that we make sure that we have three teachers, one from each level, representing them. So that's part of our recommendation. We also think that principals are very, very important. We want to make sure that there's a spot reserved for a principal. And we always like to hear the student voice in this. So we would love to see if your board rep could be on this committee. And then in addition to that, we want to get parents and community represented. And I'm actually going to turn it over to the two committee members. They had some very good ideas and notions about how to decide on who the seven community members. We think 7 community members would be good for a committee of 20. The notion was that there are a lot. Our experience is the more that you can draw leaders of organized groups that serve the school district, like DLAC and PTA council, and I mean, I don't know, you may have a parent advisory committee, as often and as many times as you can pull leaders from organized groups that you have already established, the better, because they're the most connected and the most knowledgeable about the district and have probably the best overall broad vision of representing your community. Vice President Kanetha, do you want to mention anything about this, about how we might select the 7 panel members?
So I recommended that we already have established parent groups. We have a couple in our district. We have our PAC, we have our Latino PAC, we have DLAC, we have CAC, we have the African American Black Parent Advisory Committee. So I suggested that we use the committees that we already have. We take the presidents from those committees and make them a part of our stakeholder engagement process for the interview process. Those are parents who are already engaged. They know the system. And if they sit on school site council as well, they've already done interview processes with their principals, with teachers, and they have a lot of know-how already in the district. And I'll just defer to Sophia, who was in that conversation. Yeah.
So just the same, nothing really more to add.
Yeah.
Well, that's wonderful. So there's what we're recommending for your stakeholder panel. And I would leave it to your subcommittee to go ahead and give us the organizations that we would ask people to nominate theirs. Yes.
I just want to remind you, please have a backup to
yeah.
that individual, because many times we never know what's going to happen at the last minute. So you want to have that backup to take the place should something happen.
Yeah. This is my backup. See? No, it really, thank you, Aida. Yeah, we as you nominate people, as you put people together, and this goes for the unions as well, they all should have an alternate and a backup, because you just never know. And we don't want to leave people out. We don't want to leave groups out. Okay. Is that acceptable to the board to move forward in this way? The reason we're pushing this one a little bit at this stage is you have to appoint the panel. This is a committee of the board. And at one of your regular meetings before we interview, I think it's the second weekend in May. Am I right about that? Second or third weekend in May, before you interview at one of your meetings, doesn't have to be a regular meeting, but at one of your meetings, you actually have to appoint these people to the panel. So we will need to get staff going with the subcommittee and with our help and guidance to get those names to us and get them on an agenda for you. Okay. I see agreement on the board, and so I'll take that as a positive affirmative direction. Question 4 is, so how do we decide who to interview? Okay, we are recruiting people. We've got interest out there, and we have, I know it doesn't sound like a lot. All of the candidates come in the last week. You know, I think superintendent folks are doing their research, they're doing their looks, they're asking us a lot of questions, and they almost all apply in the last week to 10 days. So at this point, we do have candidates who have applied. We've got quite a few, about normal. We expect to have anywhere between 15 and 30 candidates. Maybe we'll have even more. We are recruiting high quality candidates with experience and those that are rising stars as well to be outstanding candidates for you. We hope to have a lot of candidates for you to make your job a little difficult so that you have to decide between a lot of good choices. But the question is, what is it that you do to help decide this? Okay, so There's several things that are going to occur in the week or two before the interview. We'll send out a reminder and schedule of what it is, but we will send to you video interviews of what we call candidates who are on our short list. Now, we take all of the candidates and we vet them thoroughly, and we do all of the reference checking. We read all of their materials. That's what you hire us for. And then we make determinations about any candidate who we feel can do this job successfully based on their track record and based on their experiences. We put them on what we call the short list, and those are the candidates we present to you. We present actually all of the candidates to you. We will go through every single candidate with you, but those that are on that short list, you're going to get a lot more information. You're going to get their application. You're going to get their letter of intent. You're going to get their reference, their resume. And then you're going to get a summary of their references from us as well. And you're actually going to get a short video interview from each one of them that you will view before you think about who you want to interview. Now, that's not every candidate, but that could be as many as half of the candidates that apply. And so I just want to give you a heads up that you will, you will have a lot of things coming to you, and you will need to put some time aside to view these and to read all of these, because then we will get together at our third board meeting, and we will go ahead and decide who it is. You will decide who it is that you want to interview. And depending on how many you want, we try to have you interview 5, but it's your call about who you want to interview and how many you want to interview. If you interview 5, it makes for a very good 2-day sequence of 3 candidates in the first day, 2 in the second day, and time for deliberation on the third day, at the end of the second day. And then if you have to bring 2 candidates back on a third day to do so. So any questions you have about that at this point? Like I say, I'll be sending you information and emails describing exactly what it is that you'll need to do and how and when you need to do it. Does anybody have any questions about this? Okay, all right. And then finally, questions. Aida, you want to talk about the questions? I've done a lot of talking. Okay, Aida is our question expert, and she'll tell you how you will go ahead and form your questions.
Okay. As you know, the interview questions are derived from the criteria that you selected at the prior board meeting that we have all the candidates address. So when I look at, say, leadership and the criteria under leadership, I will provide you sample questions, and you as a board will receive those questions based on the criteria. I'll ask each of you to select the top 3 that you want. I will collect all the data, and those questions that receive the most board member votes will be the ones that are asked at the interview of the superintendent candidates. I will bring those to you. You'll see them, and you'll agree, yes, these are the questions we're going to be asking. We usually have a 90-minute per candidate, so we want to keep the questions to no more than, I think it's 18. The first question is always the why. The last question is always, do you have questions? So we'll do that. I will send you information. I'll formulate those questions and send them to each individual board member. I ask that you return them to me only. Don't hit all, just hit me when you reply.
Can you send that separately? Because I don't want to risk.
Okay, I'll send it to each individual, and then you respond just to me.
Right.
Okay, I'll be doing that probably next week. So expect an email from me, please. And then I'm going to give you a timeline. I'm going to say, if I send it to you on a Tuesday, I'm going to want it by a Friday. So, okay. Any questions on that? No?
All right. So as you see, as we get closer and closer to our interview and our third meeting date, that there'll be quite a bit of work. We'll be in contact with you. If you ever have any question or any problem with the technology or with interaction, call us. It's what we do. And we'll help you out. We also have a home office staff that can help with the technologies sometime. So we're here to serve you. And also remember that we stay flexible in this because we never know how many candidates are going to apply and how many you're going to want to interview. So we'll adjust as we go. Do you have any further questions? We made it in 25 minutes. All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Moving on to item 7.4, which is a presentation report of Carasolis usage by Miss Marianne Santella, our interim director of student support services in CWA.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Miller. I actually ran some updated numbers during closed session. So I apologize, the print is rather small. But attached, what Christina's handing out to you is the usage report. The very first page is all cases, so that encompasses everything. The second page is students only. And then the third page is for students' immediate family members, and the last page is for staff. Up top, they have the indicators and by month, so you can see what the usage is by month and then they have the total at the end. The next color coded breaks it down by gender, breaks it down by age groups, and then by ethnicity. And I apologize for the next color coding is basically why they're going. And I will tell you that the two top are anxiety and depression. And then of course, the last color coding is our providers. So it gives you a breakdown of which providers are providing services. I know it's a lot of information. Any questions?
Thank you for providing this. Where did you say the breakdown of service or
The
need?
providers?
No, the need, anxiety.
Oh, the
depression.
need, it's the really teeny tiny one in the middle. That's why I apologize. It's tiny and with glasses, I can't even see it. If we happen to have the PowerPoint, we can pull it up. I think you can see it a little bit better.
The blue bar is trauma and the second bar is orange. That's anxiety.
Yeah. Thank you. Good eyes, Ray. Questions?
So, sorry.
Okay.
Just wondering if there was like a comparison of, is this the usage that we expected, or is this less than expected, more than expected, or just maybe this is now a baseline?
I think now it's a baseline.
I was just gonna ask if you can attend one of our committee meetings so that you can give this information to our committee members.
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll let you know when we have those committee meetings.
No problem.
Thank you, Marianne.
You're very welcome. I made it in less than 3 minutes.
7.5 presentation from Stockton Scholars, Miss Erica Hermosillo and Director Stockton Service Corps.
Forgive me if I'm not as good with my words. This is well past my bedtime. So my name is Erika Hermosillo, and I am excited to stand here and share with you some of the accomplishments that we've had as an organization as Stockton Scholars, and specifically through the work that we've done with your students here at Stockton Unified School District. So again, it's an honor to be here for Dr. Miller, President Flores, and Vice President Stevens. Excited to be here and to be sharing this information with you all. So I'm going to get started as the PowerPoint gets pulled up. Just so that we can maximize our time. So a little bit about who we are as an organization. So we are a higher education promise program where we intentionally invest in students in the city of Stockton to support them in gaining access to higher education. And what we believe is that by giving more students access to higher education, they can pursue the dreams of their choice. And so what that looks like for us when we say higher education, we mean the trades, ensuring that we support students in gaining access to trade jobs, union jobs, to community college. You can go 2 slides from here. To community colleges, and then also to 4-year universities. And then the slide with the 4 graphs on it. So I think click 3. Okay, so a little bit about how we have supported students specifically in our program that are Stockton Unified students. Since our first year in 2019, we have awarded over $3 million in scholarships to just SUSD program participants. As you can see by the pie graph on the right, many of those students are first generation college students. For those of us that have shared that experience with our scholars, we know that navigating higher education spaces can be challenging. And it's important to have a network of support that you know you can lean on. I know for myself, my mom had no idea how to help me in navigating to and through college because she had never gone before and no one in my family had. And so we offer an element and pillar of support to students so that they know that they can lean on us as they navigate the potentially new waters that can alter the trajectory of their family. So this past year, we had incredible turnout. So our post-secondary access and completion manager, Tiffany Dobson, worked with guidance counselors here. Huge shout out to Chavez High School and Edison High School. They continue to be some of our largest representations in our scholars year over year. And she worked her tail off to be a light to students. A lot of our students have concerns about going to higher education, especially after COVID. Leaving home when you've been home for so long can be challenging. But she helped to show folks and to give an extra pair of hands, another mind and heart for school staff, especially as the new legislation around FAFSA completion became a requirement. So she was really beneficial in helping support those spaces. And huge shout out to our operations team. They look over thousands of documents each year that scholars submit for our application. So that $3 million awarded, all of the support that we give to students wouldn't be possible without the labor of love that they do through operations that often goes unseen and unnoticed, but certainly is felt when it does not go right. So next slide, please. So what is the way that we get into Stockton Scholars? So first you apply, the application takes about 15 minutes. And if eligible, someone can become a Stockton Scholar. They then share information that helps us understand their higher education plans. And we offer a mentor program, professional development summits, ambassador programs, internships, and of course the scholarship. So we are beyond just a scholarship mechanism. We also provide support to our students, again, to make sure that they make it to and through college. After they graduate, they become an alumni of our program, which is an arm of continuous support where they can network with one another. It's beautiful in our community to have both windows and mirrors. Windows to see what is possible in an experience that you have yet to do, and a mirror, someone that you see that comes from the same places and spaces that you have, that can show you what it is that is possible. Next slide, please. So we believe in supporting Stockton Scholars as whole people. And what does that look like? We hold winter and summer summits for students where we focus on life, school, careers, and community combined. For the 2 experiences, we have approximately 2,000 students engage in those summits in an effort to keep them connected to the program, connected to each other, and then also making sure that the folks who have left our community to pursue higher education, that they can be connected to home, because we would love for them to come back and be able to contribute their talents, gifts, and strengths here. We're also really proud of the mentorship program that we're going to talk a little bit about in a second. Our student outreach and retention coordinator, Missy Magdalera, has done beautiful work to be an arm of support for students. She can feel like home to them, is a shoulder to cry on when things get hard. I know my freshman year, I thought I was going to lose all my hair at my young early age. And she can also be a cheerleader as students support their successes and wins. So next slide, as we look a little bit more about our mentorship program. So this is an example of what our mentorship program can do. And if anyone would be interested in mentoring a scholar, we would love to have you. Our incredible Associate Director, Sylvia Gillies, who has a vast set of experiences with higher education, provides mentor support and training. They are also background checked to make sure that we are supporting scholars with mentors that have walked some of the same hallways that they have, and offer spaces of support and guidance as they think about how to navigate higher education, and then also what comes next to them. Next slide, please. So our future goals are many, but I think for the purpose of this conversation, access, persistence, and partnership really sums it up. So we want to continue to build access points for all students in Stockton Unified in the city of Stockton to deepen our support for transfers. So folks who are going from community college to four-year colleges and seniors who want to enter a trade, and deepen collaboration with CTE departments. We want to build a culture of belonging that creates a space for scholars to lean on each other, which we know increases persistence in higher education. And then last, we want to formalize partnerships that will allow us to continue to learn and grow so that we can be the best versions of ourselves for scholars, because we know that when we invest in our youth, we invest in our future. Next slide, please. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. This is my email. You can reach me anytime, and I'm happy to answer anything that you have for us or any questions you have lingering. Thank you.
I have a question if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I haven't been able to find on you all's, your documents, like your nonprofit documentation. And I see all over that you all announced a $20 million donation and that it's been received and that's where these funds are coming from. However, in your documentation, it doesn't show a receipt of that $20 million or like in an escrow account or anything like that. Could you give us a little information on kind of like where we could find that documentation for that $20 million that was gifted?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're a fiscally sponsored program through the Reinvent Stockton Foundation. So we ourselves as Stockton Scholars do not have 501c3 status, but all of our information is housed under the Reinvent Stockton Foundation.
I looked there and I didn't find the $20 million there either. Could you maybe send it to us or direct us to where we can find that information?
So it would be housed when we received the dollars, which I think was in 2018. So you can look up tax documents to see that. And then otherwise I can work with our operations department to see if they can get you something.
I would say, just as a heads up, when I looked into those 2018, 2019, 2020 wasn't available. Those 990 forms, I didn't see anywhere close to $20 million. I saw maybe like $3 to $5 million. And I was just a little concerned because when we see the news releases from the last 2 years moving forward, actually last 5 years, 2018 moving forward, it quotes a donation from the Spiegel Family Foundation through the Community Foundation. And yet we've never seen that money in full. And I'm just wondering.
Yeah, happy to provide that. One of the things that we hold very dearly and value a lot is trust. And so it's important to us that we are forthcoming and that we maintain that integrity so that students and families alike can be sure that we're doing right by students and their greatest asset, our kids. So happy to provide that.
And then I just have one follow-up. Is any of the information that goes to Stockton Scholars through the application requirements that the students provide, is that used or utilized for any other programs, whether it be or shared with Reinvent Stockton, Community Foundation, any of the other groups that are associated, seeing as you all don't have a 501c3, are you taking that information and is it being utilized by other 501c3s in concert with Stockton Scholars? Because for myself, that's a lot of information on our students, on our staff, on our families, right, that's going out. And I would have this very similar concern with anyone that's coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. So first, all of the information that's completed for our scholarship application is given to us by scholars themselves. So it's information that they elect. It's not like we are at this point getting information from anywhere else. Secondarily, we take data privacy very seriously. Our scholarship operations person, that is continuously top of mind and his primary concern. We do not give that information to anyone, and we go to great lengths, including how we build our Salesforce platform form assembly, the various things that we use, we make sure that all of that is done in a manner by professional consultants so that we can keep data and data privacy at the center of what we do. Because again, as a parent myself, I don't take lightly people having access to my children's information. And we try to hold that same sentiment as we work with other people's children.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I have a question? I have parents who try to contact me from Area 1, asking me, then they apply the children, they try to do everything, and then people were not returning phone calls. I do what I can. I give it to the district, but so far, it's not answer. So I just wanted to let you know, then I know you guys are taking care of the policies and anything, but I have many parents who will reach me and they don't know if the kids are going to have a scholarship, and nothing, it was no answer, not even an answer back. So, maybe customer service or return emails to parents, because it's kind of sad when you get them and how can I help them? I cannot help them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, my email's on the screen there, so always feel free to direct them directly to me. We also, with the same you can do help@stocktonscholars.org. We monitor that email regularly. And sometimes it's a small hang up. We know that students are also getting used to managing email. I know for myself, it was a big transition to manage all of my things at once in a place that I wasn't used to. And so sometimes it can be a small thing that we followed up on, like they didn't submit a document that showed that they were enrolled that year, or they didn't indicate a direct deposit preference. And then they may not get that, they may not qualify for the scholarship because they've missed the window of submission, the things that we need to process it on our end. But again, you have my email and then the help email, and we would love to support as many students as is possible in gaining access to this support and service.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, it's okay.
So what are the requirements for those seniors who they like to apply for a scholarship with you guys?
Yeah, so we try to make our application, like I said, really simple. It takes 15 minutes to complete. They need to provide us with information about first name, last name, how we get a hold of them to get the proper documentation. And then they submit to us whatever it is they're going to be doing. So again, if they're going to into a trade program, we make sure it qualifies. We don't partner with for-profit institutions because many of those trade programs can take advantage of students, and all of the research and data suggests that. But we make sure that they're going to a qualifying program, and then they must have at least a 2.0. 2.0 GPA. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you for answering all of our questions, Erica. You have a good day.
Of course, and it's a pleasure, and it's not speak now because it may be past some of your bedtimes. So if any come up, I'm more than happy to continue to engage or answer questions. So thank you all. Have a good evening.
Okay, paging Mr. Tony Gladney, our famous Stockton Kings representative here, doing the San Joaquin A+ Child Savings Account.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Miller, and community as well. Good evening to you all, guys. I'm here. Tony Gladney here is a program director for College Savings Accounts Program here in San Joaquin County. Yes, I wear a few hats, but tonight, this is the one about our community and our people. So I just have a presentation to just kind of take us through the history of how we even got these funding, how we got these dollars, and what the Child Savings Account Program actually just is at a base level and what we wish to do. So on to the first slide here. What are college savings accounts, right? CSAs are 529 long-term investment accounts, and they are tax-free. And this idea of these accounts is to go towards any post-secondary opportunity that students would want, whether that be 2-year, 4-year trade school, certification program, whatever it is that they choose. By the time they graduate or turn 18 years old, that this funding will be able to go towards that. And again, these accounts are invested into stocks and bonds to grow over time. Again, because we know that whether it be through just a regular financial institution like a bank or a piggy bank, or sometimes even under our bed, as we know the families that we serve, right? That type of money does not necessarily multiply or grow, right? So we want to put it in a place that it can. And then we might find ourselves asking, why here in San Joaquin County? Why do we get this funding? Why do we want to do this here in this county? So statistics will show at the time of the application of this here, on to the next slide, actually, a time of application here. San Joaquin County ranks 46 out of 58 counties in our high school graduation rate at 78%. Again, this is at the time of the application for this funding. And while just over half of our residents in this county, 51% have attended some college, only 18% of them have attained a bachelor's degree or anything higher than that. And in talking to some low-income students here, we have found that they have cited the cost of high tuition raising as a 50% of the reason why they are not attending higher education. So moving on to the next slide, in terms of what is research telling us here, first thing to note here is that college savings accounts as a program being ran under one entity is a newer process, right? As we know, 529 accounts and college savings accounts have been available to families and families that would know about them or have access to them or are able to create them. So because of that, we have found a need, and as is several people across this nation saying, hey, all families may not have access or may not have the means to be able to do it. So what can we do as a community, right, to come behind them and say, you deserve this access as well. And we're going to make sure that you are able to get that. So with that, the long-term effects of 529 accounts are not out yet, because literally those young people have just not graduated yet to be able to show us what they're doing with that. But however, during this, in working with families and things like that, we were part of a college savings account coalition across the state. So a lot of this data here comes from Oakland Promise, and I put the sources in here as well. But I do just want to read this, that families who receive seed funding for a college fund for their children are healthier, less stressed, and more likely to aspire to education in college for their child, according to the first study to assess the impact of integrating a 529 college fund program and financial coaching. According to NORC at the University of Chicago and UCSF, Bunoff Children's researchers found that those families who receive personalized financial coaching, the program also improved caregivers' perceptions of financial well-being and led to greater participation in the special supplemental nutrition programs for women, infants, and children. And Oakland Promise Brilliant Baby Program also reported that when discussing these accounts with families, they often say it matters to them, that the entire community cares about their child too. And I think that's extremely important, because we're also hearing that too, working with our families. And that is the primary reason why we wanted to bring all of these partners together, which actually leads me straight to our next slide on who is this grant award from? How do we get it? How do we attain this amount of money? So to start, it was the state of California provided $10 million in funding for this grant program, and in collaboration with local partners. As we often see with a lot of dollars that are up, it's a lot of organizations that compete for the same dollars, right? But what can actually happen in the beauty of collaboration and partnership? Partners like Child Abuse Prevention Council, United Way, Delta College, First Five of San Joaquin, NAACP Stockton Chapter, Financial Center Credit Union, which is now Valley Strong, the Community Foundation, several organizations signed on letters of support saying that we all back this program up as a community, and we all want to just get this money in one place to be able to put this program out, implement this program. So with that, we got a $4.6 million grant in funding that will support this pilot program to serve approximately 4,300 young people that are 3 and 4 years old enrolled in any pre-K, state subsidized or federally funded pre-K program here. So that's like California State Pre, Head Start programs like that. And when we do, these young people will get their accounts created. We will deposit $750 into these accounts at the time. So by the time they are 18 years old or graduate high school, assuming there are no additional contributions to this account, it is projected to grow to about $2,000. However, there are actually opportunities as well for this account to grow, and I'll talk to you more about that in the next slide here. So this has kind of been our route, what we kind of been through, what we've gone through so far. We've partnered with the County Office of Education to be able to connect us to outreach to the pre-K programs here that are Head Start programs in California State Pre. And that's how we've gotten our partners that we currently work with, which are Child Abuse Prevention Council, El Concilio, Family Resource and Referral, and Lodi Unified as well, that we work with. And so with these programs, they agreed to do a data sharing agreement with us. And in this agreement, we have made a concerted effort to make sure that is the minimal amount of information to require from parents, because we, again, want to work on building that trust, but also make access just easier for them and not require so many things, because we want as many parents as possible to benefit from that. So the information we're only requiring is student name and their birth date. And then for parents, their name, their email, and their zip code. That's all that we are requiring. Thanks to CodeSec, which is another partners of ours here locally. We wanted to keep our efforts local. They have created this beautiful database and enrollment system for us to be able, that actually also mimics the Child Plus system and database that is that Head Start uses as well for their children as well. And again, we wanted to keep this effort localized, so to build the trust in the families and keep that here. With that, we've also partnered with UC Cooperative Extension to offer financial literacy to these parents as well, and like tangible financial literacy, not Roth IRAs, things like that at the start, but like, let's look at your grocery list. Let's talk about what your kids need when they go back to school and work on your financial literacy after that and work with that. That is actually brings me to the end of my presentation. So the next slide is just kind of letting you guys know some of our marketing communications that we have available as well. We have so many different, we have multilingual pamphlets, brochures, things like that, email support as well. So that is College Savings Account Program here in San Joaquin County.
Thank you, Tony.
Can-
Yes.
I did have few parents calling me. They asked me questions about if this money is gonna be guaranteed for the children. They want to know where it's gonna be. Also, if they're gonna be their social securities, because you have to be paying taxes and also do the things with the law, especially with the IRS. And also if they have some children that are disabled or they're applying for Medicare or anything like that, sometimes having money, you gotta be honest, so having the money can get them into not qualified for things. To be honest, I did ask this long time ago with John Daisy. I even sent a email to our attorney. I asked this long time ago when it was brought up to us first, long time ago. But to be honest, as parents who asking me a lot of questions, I am not a professional in the IRS, but I did send an email to the IRS to ask questions about this. The guy still don't call me back. I'll continue. It is hard for me this because it really is, this is gonna save the children. I wanna make sure that the parents be comfortable and then they know that the money is there. And a child that is under 18 years old, I have an account with my son. When I had to be in the account with him. Right. So, it's something that you guys are putting the money only in one bank account. What is the serial numbers, the accounts for each one of those children? And this is questions that parents are asking me now. And I'm concerned, and I would like then you can bring that to us back, to be more transparent.
Absolutely. I'm happy to answer your question. Now, I'm so glad that you asked that question here. A lot of those questions also could be answered on our website, csaplus.org, and the frequently asked questions, it's in there. So our only requirement of children is that they are 3 and 4 years old, enrolled in subsidized pre-K here in San Joaquin County. That could be Head Start or California State Pre. That is the only requirement. We are not requiring social security numbers or ITINs because we want to make sure we have a lot of migrant families that we do serve here and want to make sure that these families and students can also benefit from a program like this as well.
That also, another question, because if you have migrant parents, they move around, how do you keep up with the addresses and how much interest the kids are getting in that account? That's even concerning me more right now.
Absolutely. You know what? We've worked again with CodeStack to create this parent portal as well. They actually have their own individual accounts that they log in with their emails, links them directly to their children as well. And these accounts, to answer your question earlier, I'm so sorry I didn't get to that, is that these accounts are in the young person's name. It's in their name. It is released to them when they turn 18 or graduate high school as well.
But that means you have to have the social security of the kid by law.
Not for our program.
No.
No.
Oh.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you all so much.
Sorry,
You guys have a
I
great.
have
Oh,
one
go ahead.
question, sorry. Mr. Gladney, can you tell me, because, well, actually I had 2 questions. The first one is, when I looked into these funds, what we were told when I asked our people within the district and then the people from San Joaquin A+, I said, hey, why are we being told that LEAs can't receive this money directly when on the list of people that receive this grant, LEA is actually outside of us, other school districts receive this money directly. And so, it's a little bit concerning about like Why would we need you all when we have the capacity as Stockton Unified School District to receive these monies and then to be distributing them to our own students without letting that information go out beyond us? It's a little concerning because like I said, when I first sent these emails, and I can make them available to you, they're a couple years old, but we were told that LEAs were not available to receive this. They would have to work with a community partner. And I'm finding that now to be not true.
Absolutely. So again, I can't speak to any other LEAs outside of our county and things like that. However, SUSD, even at the time, also signed on a letter of support to be a part of this program and to support this work, because things like administrative costs, capacities, things like that, we have had the capacity as a third-party organization to work with the district to administer this program.
So just a follow-up, are you all going to be receiving money from the $4.1 million for your administration costs? So we're going to be paying for someone's job, someone's computer, someone's stuff for San Joaquin A+ to help oversee this program, I'm understanding.
The majority of these costs actually are going directly just to students and student accounts. And then there is actually one full-time employee staff that's under that.
Could you tell us about how much that is? And that was just my follow-up. I actually had one additional question.
Go ahead.
No, could you tell us like how much that employee would be making if you don't, if maybe ballpark?
Can you share salary? You can't share salary information.
Well, I'm not gonna share, sir. What I can do is send you more information further around the funding, around our application.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, I know that you guys have an allocation for administrative costs. So I mean, even without telling us what that person's money, what they make is, right? You'd be able to tell us what that allocation is in terms of out of the 4 point whatever million, this is the amount that A+ is getting to oversee, get to use, get to make the decisions on, right?
Absolutely. I'm happy to provide that to the board as well. Absolutely.
And then the last thing that I wanted to ask, and I think I might have lost it. 1 second. The last thing that I wanted to ask is, can people go to calkids.org and actually get a 529 savings account without having to go through you all at all?
Absolutely. And that's actually one of the best parts about our program is that they can get Cal Kids as well as our local program. They don't have to miss out on money, as well as we also encourage families through our financial literacy course to let them know these accounts can grow as large as we want them to be. But let's be realistic about that, right? That's why we do things like let's go through grocery lists and do interactive exercises and activities and things like that. But that's one of the biggest things, and it's been one of the largest selling points for families, is that this does not limit them from what Cal Kids is offering. It actually, they can get all of it. And again, it'll all be in the young person's name.
Thank you.
Thank you all. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you. That concludes items for 7.6. We're going to go back to item 6.1, which is approval of consent items, and Abby will read the oral announcement.
Does any trustee have any item they would like removed for separate consideration as an action item? After any items are removed for separate consideration, there will be a vote on the consent items without any discussion.
Can I get a motion to approve?
I'll motion to approve the consent agenda.
Can I get a second?
Second, Stevens.
Any discussion? Roll call vote.
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Denaire,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
Yes.
Trustee Zulueta.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Moving on to item 10.1, board committee reports. Abby will read the oral announcement and announce each board committee for a report.
This is the opportunity to hear any reports from board committees, specifically regarding prior or upcoming committee meetings. There'll be a 3-minute limit per report. First committee is from City of Stockton Parks and Recreation by Trustee Donald Donaire.
I have no report. I just have a reminder that the Parks and Rec meeting is next Monday, the 24th at 5:30 at City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Next committee, San Joaquin County School Boards Association Executive Committee by Trustee Donald Donaire.
No report.
Next committee, 3x3 committee by Clerk Sophia Colon.
Nothing new to report.
Thank you. Next committee, 1852 Foundation Committee by Vice President Kenita Stevens.
So the 1852, we actually met yesterday. We approved 3 grants, 2 for school sites and then 1 for a student. We approved about $15,000 for SUSD. We are having our fundraiser coming up on April 28th. Invites will go out and we look forward to seeing you all.
Next committee is Curriculum and Student Outcomes Committee by Trustee Donald Donaire.
No report, just a reminder that it's Wednesday, June 14th, 2023 at 5:30. Board meeting, that's the next curriculum meeting.
Next committee is English Learner Committee by President Angela Ann Flores.
We have a board meeting, a committee meeting on May 1st.
Thank you. Next committee is Equity Diversity Committee by President Angela Ann Flores.
Our next meeting is May 3rd.
Thank you. Next committee, Safety and Student Conduct Committee by Vice President Kenita Stevens.
Sure. So at our last meeting, I met with Marcus Omlin, I believe Chief Marquez, Lieutenant Marquez, making you chief, Lieutenant Marquez, Ms. Coleman, and a bunch of others. So we're looking at outcomes for students, looking to ensure that we provide some positivity, especially for our students who are chronically absentee from school. You're there too as well, making sure that we provide some opportunities for our students, not just reprimanding them about not coming to school, but how do we build opportunities for our families to come in and be a part of the district, especially if they're receiving notices. So we'll talk about services and opportunities at this meeting coming up on April 20th at 4 p.m. We'll be here at the district office. And Mary Santello is there as well. So we have a good group, really looking to enhance what we do for our students. We know that it's tough when you have students who are chronically absent. You're tired of the district calling your house. You're tired of receiving the letters, but we really want to make sure that we partner with our families as well.
Thank you. Board Policy Committee by President Flores.
Our next committee meeting is scheduled for May 2nd.
Thank you. Next committee, Budget Oversight Committee by Vice President Stevens.
Sure. So we just met with Mrs. Warris and also really looking at the next 3 years of our budget. So doing some planning there. We did just get a positive certification from the County Office of Education. So we're excited about that. We're also looking at how we manage funding going forward and then looking for opportunities for ESSER funding.
Next committee, Superintendent Search Committee by Vice President Stevens.
We meet on the 28th. We had a great meeting, Trustee Colon and I with McPherson and Jacobson, just really looking at opportunities for families to engage with us around the superintendent search. We really were drilling down on making sure that we receive high quality candidates for the district. We're not really looking for people who have a green thumb, but we want a star that can really come here and support the district and our staff members and also our students. So we do have another meeting upcoming. We look forward to you all. And then from the report that's going out to the superintendents, we do have some superintendents. I told them what they told us, whatever they don't want, to make sure that they send those superintendents down to us, because we want to make sure that we have a good candidate pool of candidates to pull from.
Thank you. Next committee is Transformative Justice Committee by Clerk Colon.
So we had our first meeting last week, and we reviewed some of the information and history to get some context around the purpose of transformative justice. And I think we're off to a good start. We're going to be looking at data in regards to things like suspension rates and stuff like that. So next meeting is going to be May the 8th. And we're going to look at our data.
Thank you. And last committee is Black Students Thrive Committee by Vice President Stevens.
Sure. So we have another meeting upcoming on April 20th here at the district office at 5:30. Our last meeting was held by Dr. Murphy and also Dr. Ramirez. We looked at data and supports for African-American students. So we're meeting again to dig a little deeper around services and outcomes for students of color.
Thank you. And this concludes with item 10.1.
Moving on to brief reports on trustee activities, 10.2. I will go ahead and start from my left, trustee Mendez.
Yes, I wanted to let you know that I went to San Joaquin School outside. I was just parking my car. I'm having difficulty walking. I have surgery, 2 surgeries. So I'm trying to recuperate from this right now. And it was fun to see the parents going in and out. I went to also to tap a little bit. My son drive me there outside, and I have a very good communication with the parents. That's all. I'm not been well right now, but I'm getting up there. Thank you.
Trustee Zulueta.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for hanging in there. I've had an opportunity to visit a couple of my schools. Some different incidents that were going on. So we had an opportunity over at Commodore to have a couple of town hall meetings. And it was really supportive for us just to hear our community. They weren't really happy about the incidents that did happen. However, we're really just thankful to be able to be there in the community, to be hearing from them directly and to be understanding what the things that they expect from us and that they want from us moving forward. And I could really understand that, to be honest, what happened at Commodore, it could have happened anywhere in our district. And so to take those lessons from there and hopefully be able to apply them across our administrative staff to all the different places in the district so that we can ensure that something like that doesn't happen for them in the rest of the district. And then also want to just take a moment out and just remember, last year we had a really unfortunate incident. Today we had a group out there at 8 o'clock at Stag that did a memorial for Miss Lala Reynaga, excuse me. And I just wanted to make sure that I brought that to our attention. Our meeting ran a little long. It was my intention to attend. However, I want to make sure that we're continuing to hold them up in prayer and support as we move forward. And just thank you all once again for being here this evening.
Trustee Rico.
Good evening, and thank you for being here with us today again. I'm going to start with from my report that I promised to you guys on the last board meeting. I attend CABE, the 2 days Project GLAD Foundation. Project GLAD is designed for teachers, and they bring strategies to educators. Project GLAD, including research and theory workshops to support language learners. We explore evidence-based strategies and proven methods to support students and they develop their language skills. From the NSBA conference that I attend, the workshops that I call more my attention is the one that I call School Safety Matters. And they have a part that I say cascading failures. That means how do we reduce these errors and avoid cascading disasters in the school safety environment? First, training the school personnel to help ensure students' safety. All school personnel play an important role in school safety. The school personnel best positioned to respond to acts of violence are those with specialized training, such as the school resource officers, SRO. Their presence at the school facilities in campus allows them to build the kinds of relationship and trust with the students that can prevent and mitigate incidents of school violence. 2, red flags equals social media postings. 3, so what went wrong and why failure to communicate? Number 3, it's so what went wrong and why? Answer: 1, failure to communicate. 2, failure to do a threat assessment. 3, failure to involve law enforcement. And the last part, to those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And those come from Winston Churchill. And how long time I have? There's more to, but I don't have much time. I still have more time, okay. Okay, there's another one that it says street assessment. It's the one that that school staff needs. One of the most useful tools at school can develop, it's a multidisciplinary school street assessment team. One of the key planning principles for developing a high quality school and higher ed emergency operations plan is that includes and provides for the needs of the whole school or campus and community, including students with disabilities. Thank you.
So this morning, we know that safety is an issue around the country when it comes to schools. This morning, Trustee Flores and I, we had the opportunity to go over to STAG, Dr. Miller as well, and also Ms. Meza. We had the opportunity to go over to STAG just to be with the softball team as they celebrated and honored Lala on today. So we spent maybe about almost 2 hours out there just with the kids, holding space with them. They have the rescue dog, not the rescue dogs, but the support dogs out there with them on today. Just an honor just to be with them, to sit in space, right? Because sometimes their pain is our pain. Even though it's not directly, it's indirectly an issue that happened at our school site that we want to make sure that we support across the board. And it was Dr. Miller's leadership who actually started it. Just knowing about going out there this morning to be with them, not to have huge conversations, not to talk about the incident, but just to hold space with them as they grieve, as they went through their process. And you can see the sadness on their faces when they walked into the room on today, into their calming room. And you just want to hug them, but sometimes you can't. You have to allow them to mourn on their own. So today was a lot. It was heavy coming off of what happened at Cesar Chavez as well, but we know there is a lot, and there's things that we need to do around gun safety, and then also offer space to our kids, because we know in the city of Stockton, we don't have a lot for our kids to do, especially when they're teenagers. We just don't have the spaces. They're torn down. We no longer have the skating ring. We don't have the water slides that we used to have up on Hammer Lane, a golf land. We just don't have the opportunities to do some of the things. But I think as we move as a board and think about the 3x3 committee and what we offer, we do have to create opportunities for our children to be whole and to be loved in a space that's unique to them. So that is my commitment going forward, is really looking at the opportunities that we provide for our kids. And I had originally planned to do a skating event, and then because the spot was too small, I decided, well, I can't do it for the kids. I should stop because it only holds like 100 and something kids. But then I thought, okay, I can do it weekend after weekend after weekend. We can't get every single child into the first skating opportunity, but we can begin to do something for our kids, to have some fun and to be kids again, because we live in a rough world for our kids. It is extremely rough. It is nothing like the world that we grew up in, because we do have a lot of gun violence. And sometimes our kids are targeted for many different reasons and issues, and we just don't know the evil that exists out there that's really targeting our kids. So I just want to offer space to our kids and do some of those skating nights to make sure that they have a space that's unique and real to them. So that's my report for today.
Trustee Donaire.
So in the last 2 weeks, I was able to be a part of a training with North Valley Labor Federation. The first one was on a budget deep dive, just looking at the budgets and how to read them. And then the second was on school to prison pipeline. I'm really thankful for NVLF for providing these trainings, and I look forward to continuing on into the year as they do more trainings. I also did a meet and greet with the community organization called Cleveland School Remembers. After I had visited Cleveland Elementary School, I thought to reach out to them, especially as they focus on preventing gun violence in school campuses and against young people. So I'm looking forward to building partnership with them. This past weekend was also Thai, Lao, and Cambodian New Year. So just wanted to say Happy New Year to the TLC community. and other Southeast Asian, South Asian communities in Stockton, San Joaquin County who are celebrating this past week. It's been really difficult to hold both the collective mourning and the community joy that comes around this time, especially knowing that Chavez student Tai Kin was a Cambodian young person. So I'm really holding out my heart for the Cambodian community and also to the family who's been affected. And I also want to say thank you to the city officials, Stockton PD, SUSD Public Safety Department, and Dr. Miller, some of the trustees who attended last night's town hall, and especially to the community who came to be present and also to speak on how to hold us accountable and how to work together to make Stockton a more safe place for our families. Thank you.
Trustee Colon.
I'll just be brief for time's sake. It's been a heavy couple of weeks. And just to echo everything that my trustees have said about safety, about community, about coming together and honoring and the collective mourning. You know, some of us, it's hard during these moments. So I just appreciate the support and going forward as we just continue to hold spaces and heal together as a community.
So I just want to address some issues that I've been attacked over. Since day one, I have served this district with integrity and dedication, with transparency and accountability. I have endured attacks on every aspect of my entire life. I have been committed to ensuring that all students receive the best quality education, regardless of their backgrounds. It is disappointing the amount of corruption, unethical, unprofessional, and unbecoming behaviors we have witnessed within our high-ranking educational positions, such as our fellow board members, superintendent, CBO, and direct cabinet staff, when being asked to provide goal, results, and data. It's important to maintain ethical standards in all professions, especially in education, where the well-being and future of our students are at stake. I have kept politics out of my work and prioritized the needs of our students, teachers, staff, parents, and community. Yet, it is disheartening to see people in positions of power putting their own interest ahead of the needs of the students they are supposed to serve. As an educator and as a public servant, it is essential to uphold the highest standards of ethics and professionalism. It is unacceptable for those in positions of power to engage in corrupt or unethical behavior that undermines the quality of education and the well-being of our students. I understand that it could be difficult to speak out against those in authority, but as an elected official, it is my responsibility as board president to hold those in power accountable for their actions. There has been a narrative been shared about me that I am a bully and belittling staff. I've never belittled and berated any staff. I have asked for results and accountability. I depended on people to put students before their own egos, power control, power struggle, and need to control a narrative in order to fit their agenda. I assure you that this false narrative saying that I have forced people to resign, those two individuals had already looked elsewhere in their positions before I came into this role. The second person who is not here today is not here and triggered because of me. She is forgetting to tell you all that she was a victim of a mass shooting in Las Vegas and therefore is triggered by any accountable or any overwhelming situation. They have been encouraged by head leadership to complain and promote lawsuits they have taken time away from work to focus on student achievement instead to focus on gossiping and providing false narratives about your board president. I am telling the truth. I will stand on my righteous truth until the day that I am no longer here. I urge you, as a member of the district, a member of our community, and parents who care to join me in standing up against
I would
corruption
like to bring
and
attention to the
unethical
numerous
behavior
concerns
in our
that have
educational
been
system.
regarding
We must demand that our leaders act with integrity and put the needs of our students first. I will continue to serve in this fight for the best interest of our students, and I hope you will join me in this fight. Together, we will make a difference and create a better future for our community. So when I say staff, thank you for focusing on student achievement and not participating in this. With my deepest heartfelt condolences, I am sorry that you have been caught in the middle of childish, mean girl behaviors.
Attorney? I would like to bring attention to the numerous concerns that I have sharing regarding President Flores.
Point of order, you do not have permission to talk. She does not have authority to speak as board president. Mute her
Ladies and
mic.
Gentlemen, if I may, ladies and gentlemen, you should engage in your comments under this item. 10.2, brief reports of trustee activities. That's all that's to be addressed in this point. President Flores did go over her time. Others did not. But my recommendation would be we move on to 10.3.
Mr. Douglas, thank you. We all just talk about what we have to do, and thank you.
Moving on
Thank you
to
for
item
saying it.
10.3, approval of the agreement with California School Board Association, CSBA, to facilitate the Stockton Unified School District Special Board Retreat scheduled on Saturday, June 3rd, 2023.
A motion, Stevens?
I'll second.
Discussion?
Yes, I want to have a discussion. Our attorney is giving us advice.
We're talking
need to
about
talk. Yes.
10.3.
Why is the point to have?
Are
a
you
retreat?
voting?
You're not
We are
listening. You're
voting.
not learning either.
Do you vote? Yes. What are you voting?
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Thank you for your advice.
Roll call vote?
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Denaire,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
No, we don't need it. People don't listen.
Trustee Rico,
I'm staying.
Trustee Zulueta,
Yes.
motion passes 5 with 1 no from Trustee Mendez and an abstention from Trustee Rico.
10.4, approval of expenditures for Stockton Unified School District Board members to attend the 2023 National Association of the Latino Elected and Appointed Officials 40th Annual Conference. Can I get a motion? All motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Discussion? Roll call vote.
Wait, who's attending this conference? What is this?
It's open to all of us.
Oh, okay.
I just have a question. Can I have the floor?
If it's regarding item
It is.
10.4.
It is,
It's
we're going,
discussion.
we're going to approve this to take, to go to those conference, but to be honest, on the last 2 conferences that we attending, I only saw President Flores twice attending
It's
those
not, we're
workshops.
asking about the
Thank you.
non-sale, if you're going or not. Do you support it? What's your question about it?
You're asking for transparency. I'm just saying to the community, this is the
We're not-
transparency that we need.
I have a question.
Go
If
ahead.
if we're not able to attend, can we opt out and do we
Yes.
still?
You can opt out.
Okay.
Roll call vote?
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
trustee Denaire,
Yes.
trustee Mendez,
Yes.
trustee Rico,
Yes.
trustee Zulueta.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 10.5, California School Board Association Delegate Assembly Runoff Elections Ballot. Can I get a motion?
Motion, Stevens.
Second,
Point of order, we gotta pick one. So we have to decide which one of these three that we're gonna make a motion for. If nobody else has. one.
Motioning for Sandra Chan.
I'll second. Discussion? Roll call vote?
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens.
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
trustee Denaire,
Yes.
trustee Mendez,
No.
trustee Rico,
I'm staying.
trustee Zulueta.
No.
Motion passes 4-2 noes from trustee Mendez, trustee Zulueta, and 1 abstention from trustee Rico.
Yvette, can you change my vote to no, please?
Thank you. Motion passes 4-3 with 3 noes from trustee Mendez, trustee Rico, and trustee Zulueta.
And for clarification, I understood the motion to be for candidate Sandra Chan.
Correct.
Correct. Yes.
Moving on to 11.1, Superintendent's Report.
Madam President, we are approaching the 10:30 mark, so I believe we have to take a vote to extend the meeting if the board is wanting to do that.
Can I get a motion to extend the meeting to 10:45?
I motion.
I'll second.
Extend.
So discussion is we still have close item. We have a closed session item on the agenda. So we would need more than 30 minutes.
Motion to extend to 11.
I'll second that.
I just think the trustees should be mindful of the time and what remains on the open session agenda, as well as the reconvening of closed session to address the item that was not completed and closed, and then the need to return to open for any report out of any reportable action. And there are 35 minutes remaining until 11.
So is Crow here?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? Since we're trying to consider the time, and we have things on the public agenda, can we motion to table what was going to be in closed session for next? Are we able to do that or we can't do that? I'm just trying to think. Okay, never mind.
It's to be done. We come in to work.
Then I guess I motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
I second.
That's a long time.
We could, there's
mean,
a
we can
motion
be-
on the floor. We could vote.
We have to, we don't have another.
So for clarification, who made that motion and who seconded it?
I motioned.
And Daenerys second. Yvette, Cologne motioned and Daenerys second to extend the time to 11:30.
Okay, are we doing roll call?
Roll call vote.
President Flores,
No.
Vice President Stevens.
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
trustee Denaire,
Yes.
trustee Mendez,
Yes.
trustee Rico,
Yes.
trustee Zulueta,
Yes.
motion passes 6-1 with the no vote from President Flores.
Moving on to 11.1 Superintendent's Report.
Thank you for you all hanging in there. It's been a heavy week here at SUSD. Even though the violent attack on one of our children happened off campus, it hurts us all. As he was a member of the SUSD family, our condolences go out to his family and also the Chavez High family. As mentioned a bit ago, there was a town hall last night where many of us stood with Stockton PD, Department of Public Safety to call an end to violence. Students have a right to get an education without worry from violence on their way to and from school. We must continue to work together. We have some good news. Thanks to the work of Ed Service folks and people coming together. There was an additional 120 students from Edison High School that were able to attend their prom because of the extra space at the venue. So we want to thank the team for the extra work that you put in to make this happen. And we have also secured, right? We've also secured the Stockton Arena for graduations at our large comprehensive high school so that our students could have their entire family at graduation. These are some of the milestones that our students that's coming up on the month that we deserve to celebrate with them. Seeing our students thrive has been one of the best parts of my 25-year-long career with Stockton Unified, and it's been a privilege to sit in this chair. I want you to know that my commitment as an educator, as many people in this room, by evidence that you're still in here, holds strong. I want you to know that each and every day I've given 110%. I began my career here as a counselor, principal, and have worn multiple hats. At this time, I've worked with very hardworking, dedicated folks. So I want to acknowledge you all. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done in the next few weeks. But I am very proud of the leadership team, both in extended and executive cabinet, that the work that you have produced. Despite the outside distractions, I would challenge us that we continue to support our students and staff and teachers who are doing the amazing transformative work each and every day for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Trustee Flores has to go. We'll move on to 12.1. Approval to amend non-public agency master contract with Point Quest Pediatric Therapy, increase the contract from $530,000 to $1,200,000 for the 2023 school year. Can I get a motion?
I'll do the motion.
Motion by Zulueta. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Rico. Any discussion? See no discussion, roll call vote.
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
trustee Denaire,
Abstain.
trustee Mendez,
Yes, thank you. We need it for the kids.
trustee Rico,
Yes.
trustee Zulueta,
Yes.
motion carries 5 with 1 abstention from trustee Denaire. Sorry, 5-0.
Item 13.1, adoption of resolution number 2294, waiver requests, variable team waiver administration services credential. Is there a motion?
I motion.
Motion by trustee Cologne. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Donaire. Any discussion? Roll call vote?
Vice President Stevens. Well, say present, geez, yes. Clerk Colon,
Yes.
trustee Denaire,
Yes.
trustee Mendez,
No.
trustee Rico,
No.
trustee Zulueta,
Abstain.
motion fails 3-2 noes with trustee Mendez and trustee Rico voting no and trustee Zulueta abstaining.
Item 13.2, approval of memorandum of understanding between Stockton Unified School District and San Joaquin County Office of Education, residency at Teachers College, San Joaquin. Is there a motion?
Make a motion?
I'll
Motion.
second.
Motion by Mendez, second by Zulueta. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote?
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
trustee Denaire,
Yes.
trustee Mendez,
Yes.
trustee Rico,
Yes.
trustee Zulueta,
Yes.
motion passes 6-0.
Item 13.3, approval reclassification of a senior special ed technician range 40D to program technician range 50A, who is a CSCA Delta Valley Chapter 821 member pursuant with Article Code 8.13 of the collective bargaining agreement to be effective July 1, 2022. Is there a motion?
A motion?
I'll,
Motion by Cologne, second by Mendez. Any discussion? Roll call vote?
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
trustee Denaire,
Yes.
trustee Mendez,
Yes.
trustee Rico,
Yes.
trustee Zulueta,
yes.
motion passes 6-0.
Moving on to 14.1, presentation and acceptance of the independent audit report for 21-22 school year, prepared by Crow LLP. We'll have you at the platform.
Good evening. Thank you for
Hello.
having us this evening. I'm Jen Aris. I'm your audit partner from Crow. I have with me one of my partners, Jeff Jensen, who also works in our education practice. I'll be brief and hit on the high important information here for you in the annual audit. As introduced, this is actually looking backwards. So we're looking back at fiscal year 21-22. I know many in the room weren't even at the district during that time, but that's our job, is to look backward. Annually, the district is required by Ed Code to engage an independent public accounting firm. And so Crow serves in that role for you. And there are a number of audit standards that we follow, both governmental audit standards accepted within the United States, as well as prescribed standards under both federal and state compliance testing. So management provides information to us to audit. We're the ones selecting the samples. We're the ones that are setting scope of the audit, and management responds to our requests. So we're actually engaged to perform 4 audits. We'll start on page 1 of the audit report itself. We're engaged to audit the financial statements of the district, to issue a report over internal control over financial reporting within these financial statements. We perform a separate audit of federal programs or federal revenue that's received by the district and expended. And then lastly, perform what we refer to as a state compliance audit because of your operation within the state of California. So we'll just briefly hit the highlights here, starting on page 1 in the independent auditor's report. Really right out of the gate here, we are issuing an unmodified opinion on these financial statements, which is the highest level of assurance that you can receive. So it's exactly what you would want to receive. We'll talk through some of the nitty gritty here in just a moment, but really, we are required to be independent of the district and to uphold our ethical responsibilities as certified public accountants and independent auditors. Management is responsible for these financial statements, so responsible to have the financial data, compile that data, have internal controls over that data to ensure that reporting is accurate. And it's our job to provide reasonable assurance on this information through exercising our professional judgment, maintaining professional skepticism, performing a risk assessment and applying materiality, both using qualitative and quantitative factors, taking a look at the internal control environment in place over significant transactions, and then really looking at the appropriateness and consistency of accounting practices that are applied by the district. So in the interest of time, I'm actually going to skip forward here to page 78 of the audit report. And one of the things that we look for as we perform our testing are any material audit adjustments that would be required to the information presented to us for audit in order for the financial statements before you today to be materially correct. And so through the performance of our audit, we actually identified a number of audit adjustments that needed to be made. You'll see 3 opinion units or funds of the district were impacted here. So we've outlined for you the impact to fund balance related to those 3 adjustments that we noted. And then there's one adjustment that was posted from a material standpoint that's not included here. Essentially, it was a balance sheet reclassification, so no impact to fund balance. Next, I'm going to draw your attention forward to actually page 91. This is a nice summary of the results of the audit. And so if you recall, I mentioned that we actually are engaged to perform 4 audits. So we'll just kind of work through the information here. Again, the type of audit report issued over the financial statements was unmodified. As it relates to the opinion over internal control over financial reporting, we have a material weakness to issue for the district. And so we'll talk about that in just a moment. We did have findings in the completion of our federal audit testing. We tested 3 federal programs. One of those programs were issuing a qualified opinion because of the materiality or the size of the findings that we have. For the other 2 programs, they were unmodified opinions or essentially clean opinions. We did have one minor finding that I will walk you through in just a moment. And then as it relates to the state compliance testing that we did, we also had a number of findings that put us in the position of having a qualified opinion. The procedures that we perform there are very prescribed, and our reporting of findings is really guided by an audit guide or a compliance supplement for state compliance that states that if we have any finding, we have to report it. So kind of no materiality there, if you will. I'll move on now to page 92, and this starts the detail of our findings. So the first finding that we have here is a material weakness over the internal control over financial reporting. And so because we looked at those 3 adjustments that had been posted with an impact to fund balance, along with that 4th balance that it was a material balance adjustment, essentially, if you have a material adjustment to your financial statements, you're going to have a material weakness in your financial reporting. The controls didn't operate in a way that allowed for those errors to be identified. So all of that has been reflected within the district's financial statements now, and management is working on putting internal controls in place to ensure that that's corrected going forward. Also working on the cash on account bank reconciliations to ensure timeliness there. Moving on then to page 93, we did have a material weakness related to federal compliance, and this had to do with the ESF COVID-19 funding that had been received. We tested the cluster, so a number of programs, including ESSER 1, 2, and 3 were included there, about $30.3 million that were subject to testing. For $6.6 million of our sample, we found that the bidding and board approval, along with prior approval from the California Department of Education, was not supported as is required under this particular program. So again, it was about $6.6 million there related to those expenditures. The next federal program that we have a finding related to is the Head Start cluster. And there was one employee under the Head Start program where management was unable to provide support for us for the employee being aligned with that program. We were very much able to see that that was a valid employee working for the district, but it was some paperwork, if you will, in support of the program itself in relation to the federal compliance requirements. So the known payroll was about $12,000. We have to extrapolate this, so that's how we get to about $28,000 in a question cost. Sorry, would you like for me to, okay, yep, okay. So from a state compliance standpoint, we did have a number of deficiencies here. I'm going to run through them quickly. Related to independent study, there were some changes in the compliance requirements for documentation for fiscal year 21-22. We had a number of discrepancies in documentation or compliance areas that weren't quite met. So that amounted to 11.45 ADA that were questioned, or about $138,000 in revenue related to attendance from those students. We had a sample of 24 and each one actually had errors in varying parts of their contract. We had a finding related to state compliance over classroom teacher salaries. This is actually a repeat finding for the district, so you may be familiar with this. There was a deficient amount by 1.13%. The county office is very much willing to help support this going forward. So we look forward to that not being a finding going forward. Next, we have instructional materials. There was a requirement that a meeting be held within the 8th week of school starting, and management was unable to provide support of that meeting actually being held. There's no fiscal impact related to this finding. I believe lastly, we have an unduplicated local control funding formula pupil count. And so this was essentially a clerical error in incorrectly marking 3 students that were free and reduced price meals. And this is actually a compliance area where our findings are required to be extrapolated across the entire population. So in doing so, we came up with a reduction in LCFF revenues calculated to be $355,000 under that extrapolation for the entire population. I know that I went through that lightning fast. Certainly, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
I had the opportunity to meet with you all, but I will defer if there's any questions from any of you all, board members.
I think my only question is just that this is a report now that we can look at as a board and check the processes and make sure, because this is from last year, essentially, making sure like what is found, we're now correcting.
Yes, many districts will keep almost a matrix, if you will, of the findings and check in periodically with management to ensure that they have the resources necessary to address them, as well as, you know, have been able to rectify anything that's appropriate to be addressed. Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
And I think in our conversation, we also talked about rolling, having support for the audit. So creating an audit committee that would be in conjunction with our budget committee. So rolling that into one and then having them also come out and do some updates with us as well.
We'd be happy to do that. Yes.
Thank you.
I just want to say,
yes,
there we go. I just want to say thank you to you all. I know that you've been through a couple of uncomfortable situations here in the last week or so, and I know it's late, and I just want to acknowledge you and just say thank you for serving us. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I would also like to recognize management. Starting last fall, there was a marked commitment to the audit process. And so we're very appreciative of that, and certainly, you know, happy to address any questions throughout the year or provide support as we can.
Vice
Thank you so
President,
much.
can
A minute, go. Yes.
thank you. I would like to thank you for coming. And, you know, and Mr. Troy Brown is here to help us also, you know, and thank you for your time and your dedication and the patience that you have, you know, with staff and everybody. And if you see something, please, I'm sorry, you know, it's just embarrassing sometimes, you know, what we go through here, you know. But I wanted to thank you. I don't want that you leave this district with that image. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir and lady. Thank you.
All right. No other
Thank you.
questions? Thank you. right, moving on to
no,
14.2.
Do we have to accept that? Because it's an action item. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the 2021-2022 fiscal.
I will
audit.
second.
Motion by trustee Zulueta, second by trustee Mendez. Any discussion? Roll call vote?
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Danair,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
Yes, and thank you so much.
Trustee Zulueta,
Yes, and thank you all again. I want to echo my colleagues.
motion carries 6-0.
All right, moving on to 14.2, vendor payment report for the month of March 2023.
I'll do the motion.
Second.
By Zulueta, second by trustee Flores. Any questions? Second by trustee Mendez. It's
Yes.
late, believe me. I'm a little delusional, sorry. All right, any discussion? No, roll call vote?
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Danair,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
Yes.
Trustee Zulueta,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0.
15.1, student expulsions.
I make a motion to accept the student expulsions.
I second that.
Motion by Zulueta, second by trustee Mendez. Any discussion? Roll call vote?
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
thank you. Trustee Danair,
Abstain.
Trustee Mendez,
Yes.
Trustee Rico,
I'm saying,
Trustee Zulueta,
Yes.
motion carries 4-0 with 2 abstentions from Trustee Danair and Trustee Rico.
Okay, so we are headed back to closed session to take care of a few items and we will return back. It's okay if the boardroom is empty when we come back. It's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm sorry that you guys couldn't hear staff not being able to go to see. Very support. I didn't do this to make her, that's not really, and I didn't know that I left. Yeah. Yeah. Just so that you know, the AMC still, that if your role is primarily clerical, no student direct engagement, then that's not, but if you have your. So, yeah, anyway, that's. I won't. I just have to say it. You just know that it is getting. I was going to go there, that again, I've been saying, I think the more I want my friends. Like, and if I'm outside, I'm going to say. That was a. So maybe she's had a friendship with me. Prior to her. So that was me as a friend. Okay, so I Not to say that you get desensitized, but in a sense of getting desensitized. Because people and the other, there you have to about but one of the so we have to like another like get a special action. So we had to so many times. I don't know when I talk to you guys. And if I'm having to say, so safe. I know that after all, literally there wasn't one thing. Yeah. Well, that's something. Because she wanted to do it, and they didn't pay to bring anything, and so when I go back, so then I knew what was happening, I knew where the binder and on the prison first, so it's not like that. Go take my slash, like, fire, my door, but I'll be necessary, because there was four perfect. Like, you did your thing, like, I don't wanna be in. I have to go back and look for my feet. And I have to take them. And if I'm just scared, like, oh, it's a waste of money. And I'm like, I get it. So I gave her the material, she's white, she did that training in therapy. And I am in a public parent. It was like, some people like have lunch and others didn't have dinner, like, it was a little bit of a thing. And the end of the course, like, she was with the entire parent, like, I was there kind of late, and I mean, We also did something like that. Like, no, they ended up. No, I did, like, I did. That next year, we're not going as professional development of the pet. We're going to, yeah, in Washington, when they come this year, they have a. These four people think so one of the thing is where you. But no, that was not, we were there, not with that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so then, I mean, I don't think that's translated for them, and they're like, I was nice that I didn't go that I let them get, because like, they wanted to like, you know, the city or the state, they wanted to, you know, with the first children, like, every, their, and he was there, like, and for them to have something, he had, yeah, and then, so, I mean, yeah, like, even, yeah, had to help them, for the airport, the Uber, like, everything, like, together, so, I guess, like, this was like, and I think that's a big fact. I think. And she didn't have a credit card, she only had to have. Yeah, she was like, I don't know what to do. And then like, one of them had like, she had and the people were teaching that had a bridge and what she did it, and she needed actually to pay for baby's milk, so we had to have a baby that was like 15 rooms around and people together. That is the person that you just like share with the phone number and the user credit card. See where you have to do the hundred. You call that number and that person is gonna know, I'm gonna go to the person, I'm gonna send you. They have a and they'll be back. Yeah, it's 11:30. So, yeah. You can sit down.
Coming back from a baseball game.
Oh, okay. You can come in. Yeah, because everybody else is leaving. But yeah, they should be back.
You guys on the way out too, or?
Yeah, yeah. You can come in, it's open to the public. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, there's a public board meeting. Yeah, so I think a lot of suggestions, that
And 22. Item 2.7, no action taken. And we will adjourn at 11:22. Do we need a motion? No motion to adjourn? No motion, no. Okay, we're adjourned at 11:22.